we are going to pick up on the outskirts of the seal in the ocean. A bit apart from the actual city, some of the patrolling ships come across some debris. And it looks like some sort of debris from some sort of ship. And there were reports in this area regarding some sort of disturbance. So those on the top deck to look out have been basically doing lookout to search for any survivors or any signs of an actual ship or an attack or something of the nature. The local fishermen had reported it and called it in via message to the actual guard so that the guard could alert the military to mobilize. A half-elf stands on the top deck, looking out into the ocean, and kind of tilts their head a little bit and brings up a pair of spy goggles and observes the ocean as it dampens the reflection, making it seem like a flat surface, a matte surface of the ocean, so they can spot details easier. Yeah, you're a troublemaker right now. And they motion and they head to the mid part of the actual ship and ring a bell and holler out that they've spotted something in the ocean. This sends off signals to other ships, and they all converge on this single area, several warships. And they go to investigate the scenario that is transpiring before them. And they approach the area, and it's just a debris field, as if a ship came in, an airship, and crash landed into the water, basically sending debris in every single direction. And one of the sailors goes down, another one goes down, has a weapon at the ready. And a few others go down and they approach. A mage has a few spells ready to be cast down in the area if things go wrong, if the cleric is prepared as well. And come on.
Cheddar, you're interrupting story time.
Come on.
Cheddar is story time.
No, Cheddar wants to give their input. There you go. And they holler back up at the ship that they have found 2 bodies in the debris that is remaining. A kinku and a mouse folk. And that's where we're going to leave that side tale. What?
Hopefully they're still breathing.
The big giant smile over there of like, I hate these cliffhangers. So, with that little side story tucked away, we are going to jump over to the family. Yeah, you are not helping my, ADD right now. You're making me DM at Manny's level here, bud.
Oh. My cheek, sweet.
Shots fired again.
Just lined up my dice all nice
So,
and neat.
picking up with the family, it is the next morning in the desert outpost. I need to find the key thing here. There we go. And the morning comes, each of you are within your room, and the morning preparations are going on at the oasis, essentially. There is a knock on each of your doors.
Would Nikolai have actually gone into a room because he's building that?
At some point because of the heat.
Yeah, okay.
And there's a knock on each of your doors. A gentle knock, nothing too heavy.
I hear it
I've
all,
got my
answer.
weapon ready, and I'm going to talk through the door.
Hello? Services?
I'll open the door.
You open the door, and there is a Hellborn there, and he looks rather frail, and one of his horns is completely broken off, and the other one is chipped and cracked, and you can see makeshift things have been used to keep it in one piece. And you can see various scars across him, and you can instantly tell that he is a servant, not an actual, anyone of importance. He's like, oh, sorry, I won't look at you in the eyes, ma'am. I've brought your morning washcloths and your food.
Thank you.
And he holds out, on a serving tray, his arms shaking, the tray, and he tries to steady it so the liquids don't fall over the juices and the such.
I know he's probably going to freak out, and I don't care. I'm going to help him steady his hands and tell him that he has been a very great help, and he's doing a very good job.
He stands there completely frozen, like a statue, unsure how to receive this compliment. And that these compliments come far and few in his line of work. And you can see his ears twitch a little bit, and you can see a small, golden tag that's punctured through one of his ears, like you would see for, cattle. Meaning that he is property to one of the houses.
I'm going to let him know that if he were to visit my room to bring me items for services provided, that he can address me by the name that I've chosen to use here. He doesn't have to be formal with me.
He nods very obediently, a little bit almost too much. And the one thing you each know about this is you're going to open the door to the person there is that they're wearing very much the classic Dream of Genie type of garment of what Jasmine would wear.
Okay.
Beautiful, loose, flowing, open clothing. And it's you, Cayenne, you can do an insight.
That's a 16.
You look over this small Hellborn and look at the tag, and the tag one has the information marking them as a servant, but you see another part of it on the back end where it has you can actually provide more intimate services with them and the cost of that.
I hate that.
You're in a place where it's definitely not okay.
Gonna make me want to buy people just so they don't have to deal with this anymore.
I never said this was gonna be a happy land.
Yeah.
Is this gonna
You said, in
be
fact, she
like
said
how
quite the
it
opposite.
feels when you watch videos of people going into shelters and taking these dogs out to get them dressed up for an adoption? How you just break because you want to take every single last one home with you. That's what this feels like. Already.
That's rough. Nikolai,
Yes.
you answer the door?
Yeah.
Yeah, you see
In my machine, every time.
Yeah, they pause for a moment and they look down past it, and you can see this They're a fair-looking female hellborn,
Okay.
gray to the skin, and like, hello. I've brought your morning services.
What services?
Bathing towels and food. There's assorted exotic oils here for you.
Interesting. What kinds of food?
Exotic oils.
Oh, okay. Sometimes I'm treated with human food. It's interesting.
They made special recommendations. Sorry, I'm speaking too much. And they come in very... they start to come in and they pause real quick. Can I set this down?
Yeah, please.
Thank you. They sit it down and they go back to the doorway with their hands in front of them, claps very nervously, and they're, is that all you need?
What do you know about the properties of these oils?
Don't know anything, sir.
Okay.
I was just told to bring them to your room.
Much appreciated. Thank you very much.
And they just nod, and they have a few jingly things from their horns, and they're a lot better shape than the one that Cayenne was provided with. And you can almost assume that they observe you, the owner of these hellborn, to see what you guys would be interested in.
Okay.
That beyond the items that are presented
Yeah.
to you, that the servants are actually tailored towards you.
Okay. Oh, goody.
Stop it.
And
Is Mongo gonna be able to stay true to the coin?
I don't think we got to worry about that, but just say some shit may start.
Just start
And
studying the
I
properties
think
of oil. See if
Sonny
they're worth
just
anything.
I think Sonny just teleported and tried biting my foot. Wait, stop.
So, Mongo, knock on your door.
Crawl out from underneath whatever sandwich I may have conjured.
No sandwich today, but it is like a giant, bean bag that you were provided to sleep in.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Oh, he's fallen prey to a love sack.
Yep.
Good luck.
How far away is the door?
It's a bit far away. It's probably about at least 10 away.
Oh, okay. Is it within mage hand?
Yeah.
They're not massive doors, or massive rooms.
It's like, depending on how comfy I am, I may just try to mage hand the door open. Oh, great. One of those going full chopper.
Oh, you've brought wares. Behold my wares.
Not that bad. Yeah, mage hand the door open, because I'm probably comfy as hell.
You see the hellborn there. She looks in the room and she's like, sees the door open and she's just like, she shakes a little bit.
I'm probably somewhat. Oh, hey.
I've brought your morning meal and as well as your morning bath towels.
Roll off the bean bag.
I can just see that. It's like,
Yeah, you
lazy
get off the
roll.
beanbag really loud. All 4 feet find the ground.
Big steppies, big stretchies. Try to rub the sleep out of the eyes.
She watches you and she just stands there very obediently. And as you head over to her, you can see that she has her skin is multiple, 2 different colors that are competing. But a lot of the lesser color tends to look a little bit like runes or musical symbols.
Interesting.
And she's like, can I sit?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Hey, she comes in and she sets it down, and it's it's got the bath towels on there, and then you can see the breakfast is prepared for you to your liking. It's a smoked salmon omelet silent.
That's so sweet.
And she heads back to the door and she's like, do you need any other services? Or are you okay?
Probably look around and say, not that I'm aware of.
She nods and heads out.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
There's no reason to thank me. It is my service.
Still doing a damn good job.
He heads off and you see like this big cup, like a giant mug that's more or less for a giant of some sort. Like one of the half-giant folk. That's just filled to the brim with fresh milk. Sweet cream milk
Oh, yeah.
with some vanilla. Scabbard, knock on your door as well.
Go over and open it.
And you see a Hellborn there.
Hello, friend.
Hello, sir.
How can I help you?
They... I've brought your morning bath towels and a meal.
Oh, okay. Come on in.
They come in, and there's like on every one of these rooms, there's a table off right immediately to the side, and they set it down.
Fine morning. How are you doing?
I am perfectly well. If you want, you can do an insight. 15. You look over them, and you can see that familiar tag that Cayenne spotted as well. And you start to put the numbers together on what it actually means. Poor
Okay.
Scabbard.
Right.
Now we see if Scabbard can stay true to his little.
Oh, it's never been.
Oh no, it's more his oath than anything.
Okay. What's your name?
We're not presented with names.
You're not presented with names. All things have a name.
Thing. We're calling a person a thing. What the hell?
Well, Scabbard is a thing.
No,
Person's a
Scabbard
thing.
is a person.
Dude,
So weird that you do that.
Okay, let's rephrase that. All beings in this infinite realm have names.
People aren't things until they're just piles of flesh because they're dead.
then by D&D terms, they're an object. They look at you perplexed, and their brows furrow a little bit. They're like, we don't have names.
Very well. Odd, but okay.
Do you need any other services?
Not at all. I'm
And-
just confused.
They nod and head out, and
1,000 blessings upon you.
they pause for a moment, confused by that. Almost like they, like if they had fur, it would stand up, like kind of like. And each of you has been presented with your morning meal and bath towels, and
Confusion.
The oils have any usable properties for me?
roll in tinkering.
Oh, long rest?
Long rest if you guys haven't hit it yet.
Sweet.
17?
17. One is a very high quality olive oil. One is a immaculate machine oil.
Nice! Sweet.
Nicholas gonna try to huff it.
And one is actually quite unique, and there's very little of it presented to you. That is a hydrophobic oil.
Hydrophobic oil?
Yeah, like water won't stick to the surface.
Oh, okay. Okay, interesting. So it's resistant against being washed away. Interesting. Sweet. Yeah. Bag haul. Give the olive oil, I guess, to Cayenne, maybe.
Well, Cayenne's gonna love that. It's like when you go to the store and you see a like $120 bottle of olive oil for like 6 ounces. The pain over there.
No.
That's a reaction.
So each of you can dig into your meal. You're presented with basically an all-meat omelet. They couldn't figure out what to actually feed you, and they thought Rip Rocks would be too insulting. So they basically
Holy
gave
smokes,
you
on
what
Pop
the head guard would eat, and that's an all-meat like type of omelet.
This is fine. I approve.
And as you're looking at his scabbard, it's as big as your forearm.
As my what?
Big as your forearm.
That's a pretty big
Fuck,
omelet.
Yeah.
You little 3 foot tall dude. itty bitty cold. Actually, I think I'm only 2 feet tall.
Yeah, there's mushroom in it, bell pepper,
Yeah, I'm only 2
onions,
foot tall kobold. That's gonna be one big ass omelet.
garlic, steak, pork, bacon. I'm making Tom really hungry over there.
Dude, y'all gotta be careful. I'm about to get angry.
So, so as you guys finish up your meals, you guys eventually wander into the common area.
How much progress was I able to get done on repurposing the 2-for-1 into a rebuilt version of the Mad Jill?
You may roll high, but sometimes the dice just hate you. 2%.
2%?
God damn.
It's something.
How's the progress on the cart going?
Roll more dice.
Probably check the book, see if Coin wrote anything back.
Yeah, that's right. He did send her some crazy ass message.
The only phrase you get back is "the fuck."
The fuck?
You actually got the cart mostly done. You can finish the rest on the road.
Nice.
Yeah. So Cayenne, Nikolai, Mongo, Scabbard, you guys eventually wander into the common area, which is this entire floor where you've been on is below ground. And
Probably where it's a little cooler.
and it's this large like common area where
Probably
guards are basically being
80 degrees in
attended
there.
to, and you can see a few of the double-born basically cleaning things, and you can see one that looks definitely much more higher rank than them. They're wearing all the robes. They have no markings. They have jewelry. They have tattoos. They look very elegant. And he has what looks like essentially a key ring, and you can see little notes on it.
Before
like
I leave my
beads.
room, I'll actually eat some food.
Some rations.
Some rations, yes.
And the lesser Hellborn are going about and preparing the outpost for its services of providing water and cleaning and making sure the guard are taken care of and any guests are taken care of. And do a perception if you guys want.
Natural 20?
14.
Fat base.
20 as well. Damn.
Perception. 12.
Well,
Mhm.
you guys are sitting there, and you can see that there are stairs that go down deeper into this area. So it's easy to understand that there's a downstairs where all the services are, but you definitely know that this one is not definitely underneath. That all the lesser servants are downstairs. That even the guards would be down there below this certain gentleman. Like he has like the deluxe suite that's basically turned into an apartment so that they can stay here. And as you're sitting there, you guys instantly pick it up as you guys convene at one of the tables under the candlelight. You can see one of the Devilborn go past from one of the rooms. You can see various amounts of injuries across them, and like they're slightly amar and limping to a degree, and you catch the tail end of this, no pun intended, Cayenne as they go to head downstairs.
Maybe somebody got into a fight.
Get together.
Cayenne, based off your observation before, that was not a fight.
Let's keep it together.
So,
Got the cart most together. You finish it up on the road.
Go ahead, Cayenne.
like, no, it wasn't a fight.
Punishments.
Do a history over there.
Well, might not have been a punishment. Some people are into different things. It could have been greatly rewarded.
Based off of what Cayenne said and what you observed, you look over at the one Hellborn that is sitting there that seems very prim and proper, and just observing the other ones. And you saw the look he gave the Hellborn as they went downstairs, and then you put two and two together that it was intimate. That one of the guards took out some intimate violence on them.
Ah,
Oh yeah, it wasn't a fight. You getting what I'm putting down?
Oh,
Here.
absolutely, absolutely.
Mongo, Nikolai, you're both looking at each other like,
I'm sure Coin's told me a few things, so it might be clicking.
Sure, yes.
Sometimes some couples like to leave markings on the people they claim is theirs.
and then you put two and two together like, oh god.
Very, very.
alrighty then.
I mean, I hate that these words are leaving my mouth. But have you seen the amount of scars that my mother has given my father and my father has given my mother? Have you bothered to look at them?
They've gotten into an awful lot of fight.
Never made any of those connections. Not sure I wanted to have made those connections. Moving on.
Well, that's a hell of a way to start the morning now, isn't it?
And from the other side of the room, behind you, Cayenne, Jir comes out and he comes over to the table and he looks at
Because
you.
room tight.
He's like, oh, Cayenne. Oh, that's fucking timing.
While I'm eating my chocolate-covered seeds.
Jir looks at you.
Chocolate. Yeah, are we allowed to have chocolate?
Before the sun gets too high, will you join me outside?
Yeah.
And he goes up the stairs, and you guys can choose to follow if you
Sure.
want.
Sure.
Nikolai, you can. I'm guessing you're going to go over to the cart and start working on getting
Yeah,
it already.
sure. Try to finish it up. You want to get that AC in.
You head upstairs and you head along the walkways that are on either side of the oasis to the far side where the structure is not at. There's trees and shrubbery all along this area that grow that abundant around this area. And Jir motions to the horizon. You can see like that weird shimmer, like the weird illusionary shimmer as the sun starts to come up. And then the ground rumbles ever so slightly. And you see dust kicked up and you see like what looks to be these massive wagon-sized armored beetles coming out of the ground, shaking off the dirt and the sand, and
That's cool.
they let out huffs and send out dust in the different directions, sand swirling around them as a small herd of them get up and from the sand dunes, shaking it off, rearranging the landscape as they start to move.
Yeah, so cool.
What are those?
Is there a common around here? They're a good source of food if you really need it.
They're magnificent.
Wow, they're large.
Is there? Forgive us, we're not exactly proper with the naming conventions here. Like, we're more civilized folk. We simply call them dune beetles.
Dune beetles.
They migrate in groups around the large vastness of the area. Settle down at night and then just kind of find another spot. Sleep.
I hate how they work.
And you just see these large beetles casting these long shadows. And you can see a few smaller ones around them that are presumably the young as almost like a weird type of roaming buffalo, but giant armored beetles.
Oh, cool.
And you guys can choose to do a perception on them or investigation.
I
I
hear
just
that you-
want to pet
Hey.
one so bad.
Natural 20.
Cayenne instantly in love with the giant beetles.
I hear the
Perception to
term
22.
Doom Beetle, and my head just goes to like John Paul and Ringo dressed up from a certain movie.
As you observe the beetles, you can see a few of them on their armor carapace have runes carved into them, as if some locals have actually approached them and marked them.
I can just hear Cayenne squealing right now.
And you see this too, Cayenne. You can see like it's just carved into them along the outer edge of it, so that it's not evasive on the actual creature. Some sort of language that you don't understand.
Does it look like some sort of ritualistic?
It doesn't look like it was meant to actually harm the beetles.
At
No,
an
I
11,
mean, but
do I
like,
see it?
like some sort of some sort of blessing or something, or you
Do
know,
a
like how
religion.
like some groups would like mark their cattle.
Religion.
Okay. I can't make this shit up. It's the third one in a row.
Go fuck yourself.
I'm sorry.
Are you? Are you
Believe
really?
you.
I don't believe you.
See, if I can't roll above a 6, it's because he's taking all the fucking long.
Hey, Nate,
Yeah. 'cause-
can you do me a favor?
Yeah.
Can you take Cayenne down a few points in OBS, bring us up a few points?
You
5. By 5?
5?
Yeah.
Okay.
Um, you know that there is likely a culture here, and they do seem to be religion related. As if one of the local tribes has essentially approached these beetles, either to take one as an offering, essentially for food,
Done.
and or to bless them for their gifts that they provide, whether it be the armor from the shell or the meat that they provide or the liquids that they provide as well.
Huh. So those are ritualistic markings there, JR?
Kira's like, yes.
Is there some sort of being that's tied to whatever they're doing with these?
Not per se. The local Feely folk tend to work with them. I will tell you one thing. It is quite a sight to see one of those actually get a little angry towards an orc.
What exactly happened?
Oh, you know, stabbing, trampling, grunting, pieces go in different directions.
Oh, so orc foreplay.
You said the Feely folk did
My
that to them.
computer
The
just.
ones in the
Yes.
desert? The tribalistic ones?
Yes.
Interesting.
In
Friends of yours?
the Feely folk here, they don't exactly get along with the Hellborn nor the orcs. They proclaim that the land provides for all, but others don't see it that way.
Are those things hostile?
I wouldn't recommend it.
You know, just because we're similar doesn't mean each other.
I'm aware, I'm only making a joke. The reason why I asked, though, is if we were to get reasonably and safely close to one, would you be able to possibly eat whatever that is? If it's from the Feely folk, would it be similar to what...
Depends on what
I
language
do
they
nature
decide
for
to use.
That is true.
You
We
said
don't
do
all
nature.
use the same language.
Yeah.
Oh, you cats managing...
Racist.
You're able to speak with, like,
That's
the
an
cats and
8.
such. I figured...
You're
that
too
the
distracted by
languages were
Scabbard
fairly
and
similar.
Mongo.
And do all kobolds speak the same language?
My eyes are
To
probably
an
ping
extent, yes,
ponging.
with minor variations.
I thought you were studying all the world. How are you? Motherfucker. Fucking tell him, Coin.
Ah.
Yes, kobolds do all speak a very similar language with variations.
So you can just walk up to any kobold anywhere in the 9 realms, and you'll just be able to. Oh, hey, cuz.
Somewhat. There's definitely a language barrier. There was between Kippa and I. It's very, very different, but we can still understand each other.
They're just slowly migrating off into a direction as the
Those are very interesting creatures.
I thought Cayenne would enjoy seeing them, as she has an abundance of love for the desert.
Oh, I'm pretty sure she wants to go and pet one and make friends with all of them and hug. And
I want to
Snuggle.
hug one so badly.
Oh my god, it's her Triceratops.
I mean, you're not wrong. That is one of my favorite dinosaurs.
they're awesome.
Yeah, I
and,
forgot.
Anky-
Oh,
and the little tanks. I love my little Ankies.
Yeah, their heads are a lot like a rhino.
that's really cool. I forgot to ask you, is there some sort of shrine or temple or place of for religious purposes within this outpost?
Your own room.
The own room? Fair enough. Fair enough. Anything I should avoid? Or does it matter if it's in the
Racism?
room?
I wouldn't speak too loudly, as the religions here are very specific, and treading outside of those beliefs could trigger some people.
And what about if it's one for, per se, like the Lady of Luck?
Well, that could be an odd one, but you do you, friend. And you see Jir pick something up, Cayenne, and he holds it out in your direction.
I'll take it.
And as you look at it, you can see that it's not anywhere near the water line, but more further away. And it kind of looks like a soft shell crab, but in between all of its armor pieces, it's fuzzy. And you can see droplets of water are caught in it. And this crab has just like a claw that's as big as its body.
I'm just gonna be holding and looking at this crab.
It just occasionally clank with a loud snap sound. Yeah, it's brown in color and it's kind of speckled to look like sand. And yeah, you can try doing nature to figure out how this thing survived here.
I'm going to do that, but in a non-threatening way. This might be a bad idea. I'm just gonna say this might be a bad idea, but I kind of want to offer my finger to said crab in a non-threatening way, as if to get like shake hands.
Gonna have to do an animal handling there too.
Careful, they may stab you.
If I get snapped, I get snapped.
Now the question is,
Nature was a 12. Animal
All right.
handling was also a 12.
do they have the same snap force as a bobbit worm though?
So you examine the crab a little bit to get more about its nature, and you gently offer your finger. Almost, it's like playing with a cat that's pawing at you with its giant claw. And kind of like a weird rock paper scissors game, you eventually just kind of put your finger on its forehead, and it angles its eyes a little bit to look at you, and it just kind of freezes, kind of like a possum in the middle of the road.
It's like, what do I do now?
I found the reset button.
And yeah, you can understand a bit of the nature of that. The fuzzy sections between the actual plates on it are how it stays damp and moist. So it basically uses the warmth of the desert, and as it gets warm and the condensation happens, it catches that in its hair fibers, and that's how it stays moist as it roams the desert.
That is remarkably interesting. Clever.
But now I wonder how in the fuck did you get here in the first place?
And it's just sitting there with your finger on its off button.
I'm gonna give it the top of its shell a little pet with the finger, and then put it back where it was.
All right. Can you bring us up another 5? Leave Cayenne where she's at. And yeah, Nikolai shows you guys the wagon he spent most of the night building.
Nice. That's a lot of good work there, Nikolai.
Thank you.
You did a good
Last
job.
thing I'm working on is the AC for all you fleshy types.
It is appreciated.
I will say be careful. We will be traveling through contested orc territory. So try not to piss off the locals. It would be beneficial for your health.
Well,
What would you recommend in case we were to have a verbal interaction?
Don't mention anything that opposes their great matron, and don't question their ways. Try to go along with it.
And if things are to become unexpectedly violent,
you mean
well,
when they become
That's
unexpectedly
easy.
violent?
Just kill them.
works for me.
The path forward when things become hostile is rather easy. You just kill them. They can't harm you when you're dead, and other orcs might see that as a respectable thing to do.
Got it.
So just kill people.
So if we are challenged,
Plan B like usual.
Yeah.
Altercation. Try to talk our way out of it. Fail miserably. Remove
Okay,
confrontation.
when have we ever tried to talk our way out of anything?
diplomacy has worked before
Wow.
in the past.
I'm not the only one launching salt nukes at you tonight.
I
I
suppose
have always
not.
tried to just somebody.
For Scav to not open his mouth, got it.
Oh, so in other words, the plan is duct tape.
There's one way to keep a reptile from making noise.
No, you'll still find one.
Have you heard the little laser beam alligators with their mouths taped shut?
Yeah, I was gonna
That is
say.
still
like-
possible. Not always.
They sound absolutely adorable.
Yes, they do. Until you realize they're bringing Big Mama around, then there's trouble. All right.
So, you guys pile into the wagon.
Well, before we leave, I wanted to do something inside the room.
All right.
Go ahead and speak with Orina and ask her what the actually do the whole spine thing with the book. Orina, what does the holy symbol for the Lady of Luck look like again?
Did I give that to you?
Yeah, I don't know.
Did I actually give you the Lady of Luck?
I don't remember.
I know it was mentioned before multiple times. I don't know if it was given or if it was just simply mentioned in passing.
I think it was mentioned in
At
passing.
the very least, she may know. Anyways.
Let me see.
Yeah, based off how you roll, I think you talked to Lady Luck enough.
I think he's just filling her up at this point.
Yeah. Maybe some type of weird intimate relationship there.
She's like, I got this weird stalker that keeps praying to me.
Because I do know that I have her here in my list of all the icons of faith there, but I don't have her actual information.
When I gave you the gods that they worship here.
Right. So I
But you
think
didn't
it's
get her
only
info.
mentioned in passing, but no
Ah.
information actually given. So that's what I'm trying to find out right now.
So Irina, she looks at you and she's like, don't forget to say please and thank you.
Of course, please.
Good, you're learning. Is the holy symbol for the Lady of Luck is a two-sided coin that has the same face.
Take a look and see. Do I have a coin like that?
One side black on the other. One side.
One side scratched out.
No,
What are the chances that I might have a coin like that?
you wouldn't,
Okay.
but Mongo would know about it. It's a gambler's coin.
In that case, I will use message and Mongo.
What other racist comments do you want to fucking make?
Absolutely nothing. There's actually.
Okay, what do you want then?
What do you know about double-sided coins?
Oh, what a shock. Now he needs something. Now he's being nice. What was it that you needed again?
A double-sided coin.
What the fuck do you need with a gambler's coin?
Is that what it's called? Well, it is for a little.
How is the one of faith, the holiest of the holy here, need with something like that?
Well, it happens to be the holy symbol for the Lady of Luck, the goddesses of this land.
You do realize certain people catch you with that, you're gonna have a lot of fucking explaining to do.
That's understandable.
You realize the irony of that.
Do you happen to have one?
It's fucking weird. Would I?
High or low?
Doesn't sound at all like it would be outside the realm of possibility.
Yeah, it kind of actually seems like something manga would totally have, because like he would, hey Scav, heads or tails, and he'd have one of each.
High or low, Mongo?
Fuck it, heads. Hi.
High.
Yeah, with good artisan.
You start looking around you in your pockets and stuff. You take out your coins and you dump them out onto a table or you start looking through them, flipping them over like you're going through essentially puzzle pieces. So they're all right side up. And you're like, and you pick it up and you're like, aha. Yeah, and just shove all your coin back into the
Yep.
bag.
Oh god, that's a little
Up
too
another 5.
heartbreaking. No, that's exactly what I would fucking do if looking through something. It's like, okay, I know it would. If I have one, it's in this bag. Let me meticulously organize everything as I'm taking them out. Ah, here's the one that I need. Randomly shoved back in.
I was going to say, with good artisan work, you could easily make a coin that if you flash it in one direction, it looks like it's a heads and tails, you know? But when you flip it or whatever, and you look at it yourself and you flash it in another direction, and it turns out the way they want it.
So do you take it over to Scab?
I think you may want to be present for this.
First, what the hell are you doing?
Make
Haven't I told you to stay away from card games?
It's nothing like that, and it's not for gambling purposes.
Oh, for fuck's sakes. How about you just get to the point? What the fuck are you trying to do?
That's ironic, hearing that from you, friend. Brother, I am making a prayer to the Lady of Luck to more or less fix a couple of problems, potentially.
Mongo? Do a religion with advantage, because you've talked to quite plenty of times.
All I'm just thinking is like, oh good, he's inherited his mother's philosophy.
It's something that will probably work best speaking face to face, because I have no idea if anyone or anything is listening.
Religion. 19.
You sit there, Cayenne, you see Mongo freeze almost in like terror as you're with him, and you know he's been talking to you know this about the Lady of Luck. You don't simply invoke her. If you actually pray to her and get her to respond, you're basically dealing with the equivalent of Oogie Boogie and Lucifer combined into one. She is going to find the deal that fucks you over the most and benefits her the most.
So the thing is, you don't ever know if luck is actually on your side.
That's the thing. It's not for us.
Oh, dear sister.
You talking to Cayenne now?
Mm-hmm. Which one of us is best at getting through Scav's fucking head?
In what way?
He wants to pray to the Lady of Luck. From everything
Has
Coin
your
is
mother
told.
slapped you recently?
Do you know a message?
She says she has one of the items. Did you cast message with one of the rocks?
Oh, mine only goes to Kippa and it doesn't work.
No, it works to Universal because they were designed that way. Just because you can't contact Kippa doesn't mean yours doesn't work.
Oh, so it works with all the others?
Yeah, it always has.
But I tried that before and I was told it doesn't work that way.
It could have been the area you read. Or circumstances. Yeah, you hear Cayenne come over your message rock.
An ascending stone?
Yeah.
It's... what? Hello?
Why the fuck do you think it's a good idea to try to pray to the Lady of Luck?
Come to my room. You and Mongo, and I will explain.
Ishir looks over and he's like, I don't interfere with personal meddlings of the people that I'm looking over the eggs. However, you might want to pray to a god of fortune if you're praying to the Lady of Luck. Perhaps forgiveness. I would say blessings be upon you, but if you're provoking her, I don't even think the god of good can save you.
Okay, Cayenne, new plan. You go into the room, make sure he understands. I'll stay outside and try to muffle any of the sound and tell any passerbys that everything is fine and there's nothing to worry about. Move along. There's nothing to see here.
Let's both go make it abundantly clear to Scav that it is an idiotic idea to try to pray to her.
Nikolai,
Yes.
Jiro approaches and he's like, my mechanical friend.
Yes. What's up, Jiro?
Can you, entertain an old bird and show me the wondrous work you have done? I am quite amazed.
Oh, happily. Yeah, I explained to him, what I did. Basically, it's only to.
Sorry. Message Brock. The Great Value brand sending stone.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Good one, chat. Good one.
High five.
Tell Jiro's only
You get
able
a
to
thumbs up.
actually scavenge about 3/4 of the cart. So I've used a lot of the burlap sacks that the keepers of this place have for covering, and it's multi-layered. And the biggest thing I'm working on is that. I point at the air conditioner unit.
he looks up at it at a sideways bird, like a sideways angle, like
Yeah.
a bird would, like.
Yeah.
And well, my friend, I am not afraid to admit you are much smarter than I am. It's wondrous work.
Well, the thing I know about this is so weird every time the fleshy kinds is they have this you guys have this sweat thing, your skin gets all wet, and as far as I understand, that's intended to cool you off. So what I figured I'd do is I'd create a system up there constantly pulls air through wet cloth.
That is interesting. I must inform you, Cheer does not sweat. He
Ah.
roasts like rotisserie chicken.
But you're aware of the concept, right?
Yes, and he goes and starts tending to the camel.
Just roast like chicken.
Rotisserie chicken.
Oh, I know how he feels.
So you guys get to Scav's room and you head in, and Scav is there, and
Oh shit. Bring out chicken cube.
Oh, I already know. I already told Jared, if you need anything from the packs, it's perfectly fine, but stay away from that one. That one's bad news.
So if anything happens, you'll know where to look first.
so you have arrived to Scabbard, and do you take your post up outside, or do you wait until
Yeah, no, I'm waiting outside.
you are alone with Scabbard in the room, Cayenne?
Hello, Cayenne.
What makes you think it's a good idea to pray to the Lady of Luck?
Not so much a prayer, but more so a blessing, and not for us.
Arena looks over. Can I interject something here?
Yes, please.
Whereas I'm a book full of good ideas, he's a book full of stupid ideas.
Look, the idea is to put a blessing upon this place where the Lady of Luck can go ahead and have a bit of fun here, bringing good fortune to those who deserve it and great misfortune upon those who have been causing problems, so to say.
You hear the muffled talking inside. And from what you understand, Cayenne, that is not how she works.
There's a thing that you're not understanding, Scav. That's not how the Lady of Luck works.
Huh. Okay.
If you were to invoke her, she's going to come up with the deal that works best in her favor and the worst in yours.
Okay, so that's not the way to go about this.
No.
Then, what would you recommend? Because I know we're not supposed to be involved here,
I'm sending you a message, Tom.
but at the same time, there's nothing saying that we can't have outside sources deal with this.
I don't know what you're trying to do.
A little bit of divine intervention to help those in need here.
You need to watch the video, Tom.
Yeah, I don't think doing that would be a good idea.
I suppose not.
Unfortunately, as much as we want to help people here, unless we follow by the customs that are here, we can land ourselves in some serious trouble and or be killed.
I suppose.
Like,
Hmm.
Kippa even stressed that we need to not get involved in anything while we're here.
Very well. Then that's what we will do, is not get involved for now. Until the time comes where we're forced to.
Gotta be a troll.
If there is a change, if it becomes part of what we came here to do, then yes. But for now, it's not part of our original plan of what we came here to do.
Very well. Let's get a move on then. This will be maybe something for another time. And I guess we'll go ahead and head back to the cart with Mongo and Cayenne. Unless there's anything you want to do there, Mongo or Cayenne.
Mongo's outside the door,
Oh,
having
yeah,
a shit
leaving
fit
the
right
room.
now.
And of course, that would have been explained to you and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But now we know, don't do that. There's better ways to do it, and there's a time and a place, and right now it's not it.
Yeah, man. We were told
Once
not
we're in
to
the cart, I will,
interfere with anything.
Let Mongo's idea loose.
Hey, Tom. One last thing I just sent you. Yeah, you guys all convene back outside. You realize how bad it is to deal with this goddess.
She's dangerous.
Huh?
Good to know.
Oh, she is very dangerous. And you guys pile up in the wagon and head off.
Was I able to finish up the AC unit?
You're gonna still have to do work on it. Like I said, you're gonna have to do it on the road.
Gotcha.
And you start traveling for a while as Nikolai is still working on things. What's your plan, Mongo?
Okay, so once we've been traveling for a little bit, and I know it's kind of a safe place to talk. Scav,
Yes.
instead of you get just about any deity involved, they're going to want something in return. So the best plan is to just not involve them at all. Instead, what you should do is whisper in a few people's ears. Plant a seed here and there, talk to the right people. Convince one or two people, indirectly of course, that, maybe there might be a different way to do things. Be subtle about it.
What did he do?
Oh, it's what he wanted to do.
Would have been a bad idea. It was not done.
Okay. Can we maybe come up with an agreement that whatever ideas anybody has, we share it with everybody before we act on it.
And that's why it was shared before it was acted upon.
Sounded like you were going to do it.
Well, he was, but I didn't give him the
I
resources
was.
to do so.
Oh,
I
okay.
was until things were better explained, and now that's no
Okay.
longer the plan. And so we stick to the original plan, and that is to do not involve ourselves in the matters here unless we absolutely have to.
Why did you consider going away from this plan?
I was considering calling upon some divine intervention to help the people there that needed the help, and it would have been bad. So
We're not supposed to, so why did
Oh.
you even make that consideration?
Do an Arcana with advantage.
17.
Nice.
cool.
So the cart's been traveling for about 2-3 hours. And you're taking a longer way around or through orc territory, so don't go anywhere near their main city, because that would be bad.
Yeah.
And Mungo, as you're starting to go back to working on stuff, you feel almost like someone hits you in your funny bone, but it's like an Arcana funny bone,
Mm.
and you just feel that, and it's like a thumb throughout your entire body, like.
Yeah, I'm getting up and looking around. What the fuck was that?
And yeah,
Get
dude.
the fucking goggles, go
Yeah.
through
Yeah.
everything.
You get out of the wagon to look.
I'll at least try to get to the top of the wagon to look around.
Does your fur stand up? Is that something we would notice?
His tail's probably doing that weird cat thing when they're like.
Yeah.
Are you okay?
If you're at all paying attention, Mongo is kind of looking around like something just fucking happened. I don't know what.
I'd probably be in the middle of
You
like
feel a
working
great
on
disturbance in
the.
the force?
And as you're going through the goggles, something draws you outside. You see something that catches your interest.
Are you okay, Mongo?
Shit, what the fuck was his name?
Here,
Here. Hold on. And
What? He stops the wagon and
get out and start trying to
yeah. So do
do the
a
cat thing of slowly get in,
do
go
an
around, look
investigation.
around.
Working on the mad 2-for-1.
Yeah.
That's what I'm gonna call it.
One.
Huh?
Blackjack.
21. Nice. You start looking around a little bit, following your senses, and you come to a spot on the ground, and you start moving the sand away, and you're like, "Fuck! I need to dig here." And you need to move the dirt away, the sand away, the soil away from this area.
Yeah. How do we do that ready to move dirt thing again?
Oh, that's me. I screwed it up last time.
Yeah, I wasn't asking you. That's why I didn't use your name.
I was
Who
just
were you
mentioning it.
Ask our feathered
Oh.
friend on how to do the move the dirt prayer.
He comes over. You need to move the dirt from.
Yep. Something very weird is buried there.
Okay, my friend. And Kyan, can you give me assistance, please?
I will go and offer assistance.
Can druids actually learn mold earth?
I can try to find
I
out.
would imagine so.
Mold
it's a-
earth.
It's
Yeah.
a very common one.
Technically, I think that wouldn't that be no, that wouldn't be under druidcraft.
Mold
No.
Earth is a cantrip. I just
Mhm.
don't know which school of magic it does.
Yes. Yes, you can learn it. So you work with Jir on this and do a nature for me, please.
That's a natural 20.
Nice.
Why?
So you work with Jir on this and you start to move the soil away, and you actually understand the druidic nature of this, and it just clicks in your head, and you suddenly just know how to do this. You can add it to your list for future use. and you just see her just helping Tyr push the dirt away, and Mongo, as she
I'd
does,
be helping out too if I
Yeah.
can.
do a history with advantage, Mongo.
Oh.
Oh yeah, Cayenne's got a very fun cantrip.
That's a
Oh yeah, no,
very
that thing is wildly handy.
Cayenne is gonna love that cantrip.
Set advantage?
Yeah.
You're doing great tonight.
16.
16. As the dirt is moved away, you can see that there is. It looks like this. They're steps, but they're broken, like because from being submerged over time in the sand.
Yeah.
You start to look around a little bit, and you sit down, and it's one of those things just hits you like a freight train. It's not a magical disturbance.
Oh.
This is you realize you might have found one of the relics of the old age, which is a spell forge.
Not what I thought you were going.
And there's only been, there's history books discussing the theoretics of these and what they were used for. But essentially, they found areas that were thin with magic, such as the Endless Trial, to perfect spells, essentially. They were wizard schools that were solely focused on designing and creating spells.
Oh shit.
You have found something truly marvelous.
Oh, he hasn't shared what he found yet, but you're just sitting there and you're looking at it. You can see the first stone there is the one of the idolations and enchantments of the actual one of the magic gods. That this is both a spell forge and one of their temples.
Yeah, find that, start rooting through books. Yelling, that's not possible. This can't. Not a whole lot of coherent thoughts, a lot of half sentences here.
Do Nikolai and Scav hear this from the wagon?
Some of this might just be meowing in his natural tongue.
Yeah, you see Nikolai, or you see Mongo for once not coherent, stumbling over himself, pulling out books and scrolls and...
Nikolai, something might be wrong or right.
I'm sorry, I'm dealing with just stuff not working all of a sudden.
Gotcha.
So, okay, so what's going on?
I think Mongo is having some sort of, conniption or something. But he's not acting his normal self out there.
Can you explain?
Well, he's babbling on nonsense and speaking in cat.
Speaking in cat, eh? So he's excited about something.
I don't know if it's excitement. It sounds distressed.
Well, that's a form of excitement.
I
It's an
suppose.
excited state.
Should we go and check it out?
Yes, we should.
And
Why
Cayenne,
wouldn't we?
you and Tyr are working on clearing more dirt, even though Mongo's a little distracting from his, no pun intended, catatonic state.
Where's Ace? He should probably watch the cart so it doesn't...
Ace is he's standing over by the cart
I'm sorry, buddy. I'm sorry. Here. I'm gonna give this to you in good faith. I'm gonna give him one of my iron, my iron arrows. Here, snack for you, bud.
breaks off the wood part, chewing on it like a old cigar.
Truce. Truce.
Thunk, thunk on your head.
Okay. Good.
So you see this area starting to be cleared down, going it was once even with the land, but it's been dropped significantly down. That there was a pathway that led to this, and as they cleared away, you're seeing missing stones, parts of pillars being revealed that are leading towards this historic find.
Yeah, I'll keep trying to explore and clear dirt. Probably completely forgetting any sort of thing that we were told. Like, no, move dirt, and ask it to move. It's like, no, get the fuck out of my way. I need to
Get the
see.
fuck out of
Yeah,
the way.
you're
I'm
looking
moving
at
it.
one of the the pillars there. Some of the hieroglyphics are long gone, no longer maintained by the magic that once maintained them. But you can see like almost like hieroglyphic stories of how they kept record of how they would forge spells. You can see like actually do an Arcana for me. That'd be kind of cool.
Nope.
What?
The luck ran out.
One?
That's a one. No.
You see him moving dirt as you come back, Scav, and you see him push the dirt, and it disturbs the pillar he's working on, and the entire mural just gets destroyed
Mongo, look out!
as the pillar falls over and gets stuck. Oh, that pain over there. And you can see the air is now thick with dust as it starts to clear.
Just coughing while trying to get closer. What happened?
And the shell shock wears a little bit, and you realize what you just did, and you see all the fragments of the hieroglyph on the ground and the stone and the destroyed imagery now from the pillar that slid over and fell.
Oh, I'm gonna try to bend some shit here.
Are you okay?
Fuck. Yet another episode where Mongo's favorite word.
Cheyenne, what happens? Cheer, what happens?
It appears your friend decided to disturb the peace.
What is going on?
Wish I knew.
Fuck. The mural just fell down. Nobody's seen it in who knows how many fucking years, and it just fucking fell down.
Well, you can mend it, right?
Baby?
What if
I
you...
didn't really get a good look at it to begin with, and plus all the serious fucking magic that's been going on here. That might have might kind of fuck things up.
What is it? Take a look at it.
The pillar? You can't make heads or tails of it.
What is it?
You can do another Arcana. With disadvantage since it's broken to shit now.
Yeah.
Be good.
You.
Is that another one?
No. First roll, 19.
There's a chance it could be a 20. It's a possibility. And if it knows what's good for it, it will behave. There you
Okay,
go.
Down to 17 plus my plus 6. Fuck, that hurt.
I got your back.
I can't math right now. I'm still hurting over the fucking mural here. 17 plus 6.
Everything's connected, but I'm not getting any audio.
So you examine the pieces that are still there of this shattered thing,
Why do I not connect?
and you're realizing that these pillars that led into this great temple is where they basically kept a public record, not scrolls, of spells that wizards could just come up, read to learn spells. That they kept these spells. Once a spell was forged, it would go onto one of these pillars. If it was deemed safe enough, that a wizard could just come up and learn it.
Oh, fuck.
So mending might be able to help.
And
Possibly.
you're realizing that this was the cantations, essentially. They would have to be translated to what you know as wizard language, not this old language, for levitate.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, Cayenne, you're also seeing how panicked Mongo is right now as you're helping clear soil away.
should.
Who all has the sending stone?
Everybody in the group, except for Kippo, because hers is broken.
Yeah, I know. But I need to get a hold of Maggie.
I think he does have one.
Sunny does.
Sunny definitely does.
Yours, Mongo's connects to Sunny.
Why is this thing not
I
recognizing?
have no power for my laptop, and I can't get audio to work on my cell phone anymore. I'm
Weird.
completely in the dark here. I have haven't known anything Jesse has said for the past 45 minutes.
Hey, Nate.
Like, my headset is connected, but it's just, I'm not getting any audio from my phone.
That's the right side.
But I need to be able to hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Get the book. Get the sending stone. Right under where. Coin said, "What the fuck?" And right in there. Oh shit! It's like I need Maggie here. I need his help. And
Coin.
get on the sending stone and Sonny.
It takes a few moments, and you hear like what sounds like water, and you hear Sunny burbled underwater, and then she's like, "Sorry, I dropped it in the water."
It's okay. Do you know where Maggie is?
I'm guessing at home.
Ritual. Fuck. I really need help. I don't know where they're at, and I can't get a hold of them.
Okay, who's dying? Is it Cayenne? She's important.
Wow. Only Cayenne's important.
No, she's been over there helping me clear a lot of dirt away. And fuck, I can't believe I broke the damn mural. Nobody's looked at it for fuck, I don't know, thousands of years. Fuck.
What? What?
I think I found a spell forge.
The hell is that?
Yeah, what the hell is that?
You guys hear that for the first time said by him.
What is
What?
that?
You may not have gotten to it in your studies yet, but you know how the spells have to come from somewhere? This is one of the places that they came from. At some point in time, somebody had to get an idea for one, and they came here where the arcane magic is at a certain level. They would say some random shit, move their hands, wiggle their fingers, and try to figure it out. And then they would either make a mural or on a pillar or something. And also use that as a way to like talk to the magic gods, which apparently that's the thing. And I just fucking broke some of it. And I don't know if trying to just do a lot of bending is going to work, because there was a lot of magic that went around here, and I don't know if that's going to help or fuck shit up worse.
I can try something? Question mark?
Mongo, do you happen to know the names of any of these magic gods? Perhaps somewhere in the book there may be some sort of connection. We could probably try and figure something out all together here.
I didn't think they were fucking real. I didn't think this thing was real.
Okay. How long to evening here?
Huh?
How long till evening?
Oh, in this location?
Yeah, I'm asking Jer how long till evening.
I thought you said deer.
Well, you're the one that named the person Jer.
So, He's like, probably about, I don't know. He looks at the sun. 6 hours?
6 hours. We've been traveling for several hours today. Would it be safe to camp here?
I don't see why not. And we're clearing the dirt away, and there seems to be an interior to this place.
Yes.
That could be safe.
Because if I can have some time to study the stars, I might be able to tell them exactly where this spot is.
This means nothing to me. So if you want to stop here, you stop here, and then cheers set up camp and make it as safe as you can.
Much appreciated.
Your little faster than how friend might know a little bit.
Possibly.
And then go back up to like the first step and try to show her.
Comes out and she's like, twice in one day. Holy crap. I'm glad I have plenty of stamina.
It's something that you might find even remarkably interesting, Orina. Mongo, you know more about it than all of us. I'm gonna turn the book facing him.
You don't have to turn the book. I can rotate.
I'm still learning. I'm sorry, but please humor him for a moment. This is
Physics are new concept. But like you see right here, it makes mention to certain gods of magic.
She leans over, and the book tilts from her weight.
whoa. Try not to drop for a moment. Like,
She's like, oh, sorry, top heavy.
Her
Perfectly
counterbalances
fine.
are off.
do you need me to move it closer for you?
No,
Okay.
no. Unlike you, I can actually read from a distance.
She probably also has devil. She probably also has devil sight, which means she has perfect vision up to what, 250 feet. Everything's in perfect focus.
Does it get scaled down because she book size?
Wow, I haven't heard about that deity in a while. I mean, granted, certain wizards worship them still. Did you know, actually you probably didn't know, that there's a supreme wizard god, right? A supreme magic god. But each of the schools has their own god.
Like each of the schools of magic, or each of the schools that teach magic.
Each of the paths of magic.
Oh, okay.
Each one has their own designated god that oversees that field of expertise. And back in certain times, they used to be worshipped as their own individual selves, but eventually they all just defaulted to kind of umbrellas. This god covers this, these groups, and this god covers this. And so certain gods were kind of lost too. She looks at the sand. Sand's a time?
Yeah.
I mean, it kind of makes sense because us tinkerers tend to worship a very particular set of deities.
There are many different, say, domains out there. Surely there would be ones for magic, and that does make sense. Each one would cover in a certain type.
I don't want to meet the god of magic.
He's dying to meet you.
She.
She. Lady Death.
Nevaeh?
Question, Arena. Does any of this text look familiar to a specific type of one of these magic deities?
Oh, yeah, this one belongs to Bazale. Transmutation.
Nice.
Sorry. Part of me that is just kind of. Sorry, what?
Bazale, they're the god of transmutation. They, because, well, their transmutation exactly have a...
Yeah, every transmutation spell I've ever heard of is always changing one thing or person to some one or thing else.
You could say they're kind of, fluid in what they want to be.
Right. Turning things into other things. How does one commune with such a thing? A being?
Everything's a thing to him.
Well,
So weird.
No, to be
Gabbard,
fair,
I'll give you this
some are
one.
things. Some are things.
This is easy. You get a good, really pair of knee pads from your tinker friend over there, and you get on your knees and pray.
Let's try that again. What would the holy symbol for Bazail be for that one? I really need to know, please.
Oh, that's easy. Since they are the god of transmutation, so this is from a time before holy symbols were a commonality thing. You used to worship deities with objects of power, essentially, that they would deem in their umbrella of doing. So, in your case, for the god of transmutation, it would be a small piece of clay, big enough to fit in your hand. You would use that as the symbol to pray to them, because the clay is...
Makes sense. I mean, you can do damn near anything with that stuff.
Yeah.
Such a being,
Mm.
I would assume you would need a mixture of arcane and religious sigils.
Oh no, this is strictly just arcane.
Arcane.
Because
okay.
they are a god of... It's a divine.
So the Order of the Scribes. What would they use? Are they kind of because they're one of the newer ones and don't necessarily specialize too much in any one of the usual schools.
That's an interesting one.
Same thing with the War Mages.
Well, war mages, they actually use a forge. It's pretty straightforward.
Makes sense.
They're war mages, so the forge is sacred to them.
Mm.
From what I understand, their god has an ever-burning forge, and if it ever goes out, the idea of war would... bad things would happen.
What? Okay, so
Well, considering
So
how many
the-
wizards are damn near just pyromaniacs, I don't really see that being too much of an issue.
so like it would be a bad thing for war to never happen again.
That's just something that you'd want to talk to the divine gods about, not me. I'm just here as messenger.
No, I'm just trying to understand.
So these, what did you call it? A magic forge of some kind?
Spell.
A
Forge.
spell forge. These spell forges, what exactly are they? Is it like some sort
Testing ground.
of testing ground? So is it
Some wiggly finger gets some wild hair up their ass and, hey, wouldn't it be cool if I could do this with magic? They root through their spell book. Oh, that's not possible. Fuck it, I'm going to one of the forges and I'm gonna make it possible.
And figure it out. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Would a artificer, a druid, or a paladin be able to help a mage at all in trying to repair one that's been damaged? Or is that something that only a mage can do?
These were strictly mage buildings. This is also where magical items would be built and tested and tried too.
Oh shit.
Tom is spinning out of control with this.
No offense, but all your deity love not really gonna be helpful.
I'm just trying to see how we can help here. But it doesn't seem like there's a whole lot we
The
can
mage, the magic that Nikolai and his tinkers use is similar to arcane, but it works. They use it in a different manner, so trying to... The only way he could really use any of this magic to really help, he wind up just becoming part wizard.
Which
No.
I mean, it's
makes
really
sense.
Not a bad thing.
That's just too much reading.
So, nature magic wouldn't be able to do much. Profane.
How many times have you fallen asleep balls deep in a blueprint?
That's not reading.
I didn't actually think you, of all people, could put those words together.
So,
Okay,
I get that from him.
reading.
Up until 4 weeks ago, we didn't know he could read.
I
God
Hey.
damn.
little gentle
Okay,
bap against the back
So-
of the head.
when I do my stuff, I'm not only researching and learning and creating, doing it all at once. Reading books is literally just sitting there reading.
That's why
That-
they call it
that's, all
reading.
that's all you're
It-
doing.
oh my god, I failed at teaching any of you what wizards do. Holy fuck.
So, Mongo, let me get this straight. Nature magic wouldn't be of much use here. Neither would
it's kind of the
would
flip side of the coin.
and despite the fact that it involves a god, neither divine, profane, or chaos would work either. It's something that's strictly arcane, right? Orina, how would Mongo go about repairing something dedicated to the arcane and of
Yeah,
course the
that's why
school
I
of
called Coin and Sunny to see if there's
Is
any
that
way
is
that
not-
I can
that's
get
not something I
Jewel
deal
and
with.
No,
Maggie here.
I know that, but like
I just tell you what to do as far as the god goes.
Oh, by the way, he tried to call the Lady of Luck.
she knows she was there.
Yeah, we were taking bets on how much he would screw up.
But let me rephrase that as a question that might make more sense. How would Mongo go about speaking to? Well, I guess you did kind of cover that, utilizing clay.
Well, finding out their names, grabbing an item that kind of represents their school of magic, and going, "Hey, bud, how's it going?"
Is there anything he should do to avoid angering Azael?
Well, there's 7 others as well.
Right.
Well, you know, I don't know. It's an old god, so maybe they might be happy to actually just hear from someone.
See, Mongo, experiment instead of just sitting there reading a book.
So, Tom, are you going to pray to this god, Mr. Mongo? Scav can actually assist you.
Just trying to think, what spells does Mongo usually wind up using? He should probably pray to that god first for whatever school he winds up using the most.
But you don't know their name or what their
True,
item
this one
is.
does know.
Yeah, and it's not like Mongo doesn't use transmutation.
No, actually, he doesn't use a lot.
And
But-
you do know that this place is tied directly to the god of transmutation.
Actually, that's misnomer. It's tied to all the gods.
Yeah.
He just hasn't found the information for
Ah,
Yeah, he's the only one that we found out about, because, like,
They-
he's written on the first step. Sorry.
but Orina did say that this text is directly related to this one, though.
That text
Yeah,
that you're
text.
looking at.
Yeah.
So you can pray to them, and then that would be your foothold into.
yeah, let's...
And you would have advantage because he would be helping you.
I'll dig through my arcane supplies, see if I've got some clay in there that's already been charged up.
High or low? Let's
Um,
go.
Hi.
Hi.
I haven't pulled out of my junk drawer in a long time. We can see if I can get clay out of there.
Yeah.
If anyone has mold earth, you could turn it into clay.
Yeah, you could.
Hey,
How do you think we've been...
Do what? do a pull from the drawer. I want to see what randomness you get.
All right, sure.
You see,
I'm
Nikolai,
not in the cart, and I'm away from
I'm
the
aware.
cart and from the opening.
I'm aware.
At least 20 yards.
To a random... You might get a half-eaten sandwich, bro. Might get a dick ton of lumber.
You might get part of
Yeah.
the meteorite.
Is chanting yes, please.
Chaos.
All right, let's see what you get.
Hopefully, it's better than just random garbage like the last 2 times.
Watch, it's a piece of paper with brown streaks.
Ew. Ew.
Or a box of matches that has a single match in it that's been used.
Oh, shit. I was going to say, if it was just a box with one match in it, you still save the universe.
Yeah, you could still save the universe. That's saving the universe coming down to being one match.
Cayenne, do a perception for me.
Oh no.
Pretty please with the cherry on top.
That's a 17.
Nice.
Impressive.
So, Nikolai,
Mm-hmm.
you open the junk drawer and you pull out what the item is. And you look at it in a bit of confusion. It almost looks like a pearlescent opal.
Okay.
It has like a dark center to it, and you're like, the fuck is this? Cayenne, you look over and
sphere?
it's an oval shape.
Oval shape, okay.
Cayenne, you look over and you probably get a druid boner because of what you see.
Druid boner.
You see Nikolai holding in his hands a pseudo-dragon egg.
Sweet! Sweet! It's
Shit,
obviously an
that
egg, though.
needs to be put
You don't
in
know
a
it's
safe
okay.
space.
Do you instantly march over and tell him what he's got?
The heck is this?
Excellent.
Nikolai, hand that here.
Huh?
Nikolai,
What?
please hand that here.
What? What is it?
Who was it? God, what was their name that had the pseudo dragon? Oh my god, that pseudo dragon was cute. Oh my no, fuck. There was
Yeah.
someone we met.
Oh yeah.
They
Yeah,
had
the
a
pseudo
pseudo
dragon.
dragon, and I think I waved at them. I didn't have like any physical contact, but I waved at them. I remember.
Do a perception on the egg now that you're close. I can hear how excited she is right now.
I love
We have a
pseudo
we're gonna
dragons.
have
I
a
think
pseudo
they're
dragon
the
friend.
cutest little things ever.
Nice.
Apparently, my dice are excited too because that was a 23.
Fuck yeah.
You're looking at this in your hands, and your hands are slightly. You see her hands slightly shaking with like excitement and nervousness as she looks at it.
Do heroism on her.
And
Calm her nerves.
Cayenne, you just feel like that, like drop in your stomach to the very bottom. This is a coin pseudo dragon. As you can see, patterns of various shape-shifting coins on it.
We're gonna have a resident coin purse dragon.
Oh boy. Oh,
That essentially your coin will become its hoard. You'll have to look up the rest of it. Probably ask Kippa.
yeah.
So, back to the
Make a
boys
per-
doing
man.
prayer.
It'd make a perfect guardian at a bank.
Okay, here I hand her the oil of the olive oil. This is supposed to be exquisite olive oil.
Are you
Oh,
trying to
that
scramble it?
actually, that
Scrambled
actually
egg.
come in
Yeah.
handy.
We're not gonna make a scrambled egg, are we?
No.
Good.
So, rolling religion with advantage. Also, you get a +3 because of scav. Oh shit, that's right. Let me roll something else. Hold on. There's
Okay.
one other thing I have to roll. Go ahead and roll your die, but I have to roll something over
Okay.
here. Okay.
I'll take the first one. Okay, so that's religion. So 16, and then plus his 3.
Yep.
19.
19, and then an additional 4. Because Arena's present.
Oh,
That is true. She is
so
present.
23.
Yeah. I just see cable and disconnect in your head. Like, wait, what?
How the fuck did I get a number that high? How the fuck are there multiple digits in this?
So
Not
you
used to
you
that.
pull out, you get some mold earth, and you start working with it. And you form it into like a rough clay, and you're just like focusing. I'm guessing on the person's name, trying to it, and you see a shadow, and you look up, and there's this very androgynous person looking down at you. You can't tell if they're elf, human, dark elf.
Probably whatever the hell they feel like being at the moment.
And they're wearing these very elegant, like almost robes that you've never seen, a different kind. They're not like the traditional robes that wizards wear. They're kind of like layered, so that they have like a vest over them that goes into a long flowing skirt with a corset on and loose sleeves, and they have like this white brimmed wizard hat, and it goes up, and every once in a while it kind of turns directions, and you realize as they move their head, it's always facing north. And they have earrings dangling from their ears and bracelets on, and they have some like very beautiful like makeup on as well. And they're like, it's been a very long time since someone has whispered my name.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit!
Cayenne, you look over and you see this person crouched down in front of Mongo.
I didn't think that was going to work. I'm sorry. I
Well-
didn't really think past the.
Oh, well, I haven't had a prayer in a very long time, so it's feast or famine, and oh, you've awoken me from my sleep, and wow, that was a long nap. I don't even know.
So we were just, going through a desert, and then just all of a sudden, something drew me over here, and well, found this place that through any of the teachings that I've had, I didn't think existed. They're just kind of
Well-
rumors.
Look at it this way. I may be stepping on the toes of my sister, but anything you believe can exist.
Your sister?
Yes, the goddess of divination.
Yoink.
And now I'm pretty sure that Mongo's got another type of wand.
If you were a dog, it would be a red rocket.
He's a cat.
If I was in the cart, it'd be turning into a stick shift.
Alrighty then. Yeah, that's,
Sorry, this is the first I've ever heard of you and the others. Any of the. Sorry, everything I was taught, it was basically like just some pointy hat decided, hey, there's a thing I want to do. I'm gonna magic this, and they just kind of figured out how. And it was just a long series of people just figuring shit out.
Well, that's not far from the truth. People figure out their spells just by experimentation, and eventually it's recorded. They may pray to, one of us for guidance. Well, apparently not anymore, because we're not needed. So, what is it that you need of me?
No. Could actually use a little help with something.
Guidance, I can give you that. Did you know that transfiguration is actually an allegory for life because your life is always changing into unpredictable things?
Which is a choir on that one.
It's up to you to adapt and shape it into what you want it to be.
I've tried.
Well,
Haven't
keep
quite figured
trying.
everything out, but more unfortunately, while I was starting to wander around here, I bumped into one of the pillars and kind of knocked it over, and then knocked over one of the murals. And with all the magic that's been going on here, I just don't know if me using the mending cantrip will backfire or anything.
Ah,
I
well,
have to get a real good look at the mural before I can destroy it.
well, here is my advice for you. Just like everything else, you could choose to fix it or you can choose to leave it. That is your choice and that is your path. It is up for you to decide which path you want to take.
I want to fix it. There's so much here that, like, not just me, but like my sister, my father, my mother.
Wow, the music just really crescendoed there.
Definitely fits.
Yeah. There's that. Oh. Fuck, my Aragon friend over in that other city I haven't talked to for a while. Shit, he could learn a lot from this place.
Well, looks like you've decided. You just need to talk it out. But I will say this. There are many other secrets within the world that you have to discover. I wouldn't say stagnant, my friend. That's how you turn into a stone lost in time.
Well, my family and I, gotten stoned plenty of times.
I don't know what you're speaking of, but I will take it as a good gesture. So, that is my advice. Thank you for praying to me and bringing me back to this world from my slumber.
If it's okay with you, I wouldn't mind trying to reach out to the others.
Then find them and pray to them. And reaches out and pats you on the head and gives you inspiration as they dissipate into thin air.
Inspiration from a god
Of magic.
of magic. Guessing that's not one of those use it within the next 10 minutes or lose it.
You have a plus 10 inspiration die, and you have advantage on anything magic related for the next 24 hours.
Yeah.
Including, like Arcana and such like that.
Definitely gonna try to fix what I broke.
And you go down and you can do mending. And as you start to work on the semantics, you hear behind you. What are you doing, boy?
Turn around.
And Sunny is standing there and she's holding on to Maggie. You asked me. Did you ask me to? I think you asked me to deliver. Sounds like it. Anyway, gotta go. And she takes a step and
As I try to hug.
And you just hug air and she's gone. Maggie's like, okay. She just came up, hugged me, and we ended up here. told me nothing.
Oh, yeah, that was me. Ta-da!
We're standing in a large hole, and
It's hot.
it is beyond my comfort level of heat.
You ever hear the magic gods? Sorry, what the fuck was the transmutation's name again?
I have it right here. As soon as I can pull up my notes. Here we go. Their name was Bazel.
It's their name, not its name.
Their name. Bazel. The god of transmutation.
So, you ever hear of Bazel?
Nope, doesn't ring a bell. Maybe it's someone I killed in hell? Sounds kind of
Probably
like...
not. Well, then again, I don't know. Apparently they're the god of transmutation magic.
He looks at you very perplexed, his brow furrowing, puts a hand on his shoulder. Wait, you're telling me there's a god of transmutation?
As a sister of
Cayenne?
divination.
Darling, has he been smoking your special stash?
No. He saw them and I saw them too, and I'm coming over and showing him the pseudo dragon egg.
He's like, huh, that's pretty.
It is pseudo dragon.
Ah, well, here's a pro tip when dealing with hatchlings. Everybody should be present so they imprint on you.
Makes sense.
I'm going to need to speak to Kippa on this one specific one, though.
Yep. She's dealing with a few things back home. When is she not dealing with these things back home?
Also,
She's
how
very-
are you?
I'm doing well. Getting back to life, but it's still hard to go outside. It's very anxiety-inducing.
Where's
You're
Jira
wel-
at right
you're welcome to go out with me anytime. We can just go on walks.
That'd be nice. The wife has been trying to get me out of the house, and it became a very complicated game of hide and seek. Cheer is upstairs, and he sees this going on, and he's like,
Upstairs?
yeah, it goes down into
Okay,
a
okay.
ravine at this point.
Gotcha.
And Cheer, it's like 10 feet tall at this point with how much sand and dirt and
I'm
debris
pretty
been
sure
removed.
he probably has questions.
He's probably seen shit like this before.
Cheers, like, not to my birds, not to my problems. I just watch eggs. And he just waddles his ass over to the cart.
Yeah. Show Maggie the step where have the name.
Oh, it's so odd. Okay, let me switch over.
Better get comfy.
He is getting comfy. I'm the refresh so I can go, I'm the villain. Yeah.
All right.
But yeah, anything feel off about this place?
He's like, magic feels a little stale.
Yeah, it has been used for a while.
Look, you're obviously something you need to tell me about. I don't understand.
How much have you learned about the spell forges?
They're an urban legends.
Ta-da.
Say again.
Maggie stands there and he looks as shocked as the day he was brought back to life. And the day that he essentially left the house. He just looks perplexed and he's like,
Apparently, they doubled his temples to the school's magic gods.
These are urban legends. This can't be one of those. They don't exist. They're what they tell some wizards just as pranks.
Okay, go further in.
He follows you. At this point, Cayenne, you've been working long enough to open the main entryway into the temple. And you get to where it goes in slightly, and then you see the big giant doors. There's deep cracks through them all. Nikolai would be able to blow those doors open with no problem. But they're tall. Like you would have, it's probably about half the height of a giant, so probably about 15 feet tall doors.
Out of character, you try to blow anything up. Whatever I have over here, it's going to be a projectile.
Wow. You just think that Nikolai's just going to blow up doors in an ancient temple?
Yep.
I'm sure Cayenne or even Scav might be able to help with this. But I'm pretty sure Nikolai can help too without causing damage.
The only reason to blow up doors in an ancient temple, life depends on it.
Nobody's life's depending on it right now.
So why would I blow up a door?
Oh, you're Nikolai. Blowing shit up is your specialty.
This gives
No,
off the same
mostly-
energy as this pillar must have been standing for eons, centuries. Big explosion. Look, I made a bridge in 3 seconds.
Oh my god.
I love that movie.
So, Maggie walks over to the door and he just looks, pushes on it gently.
Try to go to help.
It doesn't even budge. It's heavy.
Look for a handle.
Yeah.
See if it's supposed to. If we're trying to push it open, maybe it pulls open.
Can I try to study the architecture, see if I can see anything that makes
Yep.
sense?
Roll that. You can do an Arcana.
I see them like doing anything down there.
Cayenne, you can actually do a nature here if you would like.
15.
15?
23?
21.
Nice. Cayenne, despite this being reclaimed by the land, nature itself has actually been pretty gentle with not destroying anything. Yeah, some stones are misplaced, pillars are kind of at a weird angle. Things are definitely not kosher here, but it's been fairly preserved by nature. That even nature respected this place to some degree.
Probably because
Very
they
nice.
respected nature.
And Nikolai, you're looking at this and you walk around the area a little bit, examining the architecture and the building, and you pause for a moment and you're like, there's no way to open this door. There's no way to open this door. Mongo, you realize
It's magically sealed.
Huh?
Magically sealed. It's a wizard play, so a wizard has to.
yeah, you put two and
Open
two
it.
together that the doors have to be separated via magic. Something does concern you here, though, based with you looking at the architecture.
Okay.
You kind of go over and move some of the dirt out of the way and examine the floor and the walls.
Mm-hmm.
And what really concerns you is of what might actually be inside. That there was a major fight out here, and this was a fallback area.
Oh.
Like they were pushed back into the temple, and they were fighting.
Retreated into the temple and probably have secreted themselves in there. Okay. I'll share that. Yeah, point it out. Mongo? Come here.
What? I'm trying.
Yeah, I know. But maybe think about it after I show you these things and explain what I'm seeing.
Start actually looking at it.
Yeah. And what I described is pointed out to you.
Okay, so if somebody barricaded themselves in there, who would it have been?
I don't know wizards that much. It could have been anybody. It could have been somebody that knew of this place that was trying to be
Cayenne.
destroyed by the powers of good, and they were an
Perception
evil
for
wizard.
me.
You don't know.
I'll start taking a closer look at them. Try to get Maggie in on it.
Maggie,
start
sure.
to see.
9.
Clearly, there would have been.
I think you're probably a little concerned by the fact they're talking about a fight was here.
Do I have identified
Yeah.
minerals right now?
Going from one direction and Mark's going from another one. See if maybe they were more
Investigation.
wizard.
You have
One
advantage
direction.
because of Maggie. What do you make of all this?
Has anything been explained to Scav? Because he's still up on the top.
If you're up top, you haven't heard any of this.
If
You can
stayed
just
up
hear
top,
talking
we're
down
there.
below,
We just
but
started
you can't
talking,
make
yeah.
anything
What's
out.
going on down there?
So glad about the advantage.
Sealed door. There was a fight here.
Cayenne could even go
A
up and
big
explain
one.
it to you.
15.
15. You start moving away dirt gently to not collapse anything else, and you see that based off of the stone and stuff from what you thought was like age patterns, yeah, there are age patterns and slight wear and tear. Is that there are blast marks and scorches and scrapes and everything else. Like the wizards were pushed back, defending themselves from something. That they were losing numbers and falling back to a sanctuary.
Any way to tell who the aggressors were?
The only thing I can think of is try to do a identify on one of the marks themselves.
And you hear behind you, your father, Maggie. He's like, bippity boppity, open. Nope. Please? Nope. Yeah. He goes over and he's like,
There's no mechanical way to even move this door.
he goes over and he puts his hands behind his back and he does a crotch thrust into it. No, that didn't work either.
What are you doing down there?
We're
You can-
investigating the place,
you can
Gav.
explain to the one-celled lizard.
I just see Maggie hip thrusting against the.
I told you there's a sealed door and there was a fight down here.
Nothing else has been explained though. He doesn't know what's going on.
Yeah, he's been upstairs the whole time.
Okay.
From the chat, Maggie goes, open fucking sesame. Mhm. Nothing.
Apparently, there was a fight that occurred. There's a door that's sealed that needs to be opened, and this is a place of the birthplace of spells.
So it's a temple. A magically
Not-
sealed temple.
No, not really. This isn't a place to pray.
Well, what did what?
Try to find one of the marks from
Oh,
the
there-
aggressors. And hit it with an identify.
Just burning the spell at the highest
Yeah.
level.
Any help you want from Nikolai, we'll give you.
Just to see what I can glean about the person who left those marks, if they were what we would consider evil.
So, you go over to the mark and you do the identify at the highest level. Go ahead and roll an Arcana for me with advantage. Oh wait, no, you did roll. What was your roll?
That was just to look around at the building stuff.
Okay.
That was 15.
Gav, we could probably use your help down here. You have this weird, like, lucky aura bullshit.
Make my way down there then. Slide down the side.
18. Oh my god, why is my
You do your Arcanon, and it's that weird as you're pulled through time itself to identify this.
third level?
And
Was I the one giving him the advantage?
Yeah,
Okay.
you've got advantage.
Would I be able to see some of this as well myself?
Since you're helping, yeah.
Okay, that's what I wanted to make sure.
Yeah, and Maggie's helping as well. And what you see is that the burning temperament once was... This temple was part of an epicenter of the burning, the endless trial.
This temple.
This forge, this mage forge, this spell forge, as it's called, was a very important place in the temperament. And what you see is that you can see various pillars. There's pillars that go straight in, and then there's an entrance for each deity. So if you primarily follow transmutation, you would enter that way. If you follow divination, you would enter that way. There are all these entrances to go in based off of what you worshipped. And the temple itself is large. It is a large temple. And the most startling thing is that you see, Nikolai, based off of what you know of Magitech, is there is almost, looks like the infinite ring. So you have the ring in the middle and the second one in the outer ring. Where
Okay.
they all move.
Okay.
It's basically like a razor sharp sphere.
Okay.
And inside is a giant magical crystal. Like the kind you see on a warship.
Okay. Okay.
But significantly larger. It is the crown jewel of this place itself.
Okay.
And every once in a while you can see the rings light up on it, and it just shifts around that ring. And the ring just keeps shifting as other runes illuminate on it.
Okay. Are the rings themselves rotating, like around like that?
They'll change orientation and then glow, and then change another orientation and glow. So you might have one going this way, one going this way, and one going this way.
But that's what I'm getting at. They're actually rotating like this.
Yeah.
When around the crystal.
Yeah.
Okay. And is it only one at a time that is rotating?
Yeah.
Okay, so
It's
like,
almost like, for example, to give you a real world example, it's like when a Stargate is keying. So
okay.
you see a ring key, and then the next one key, and then they'll move their orientation.
Okay.
And you see the shifting happen as that goes on, and you see these massive pillars with these floating arcs above them that are held suspended with magic. And the most impressive thing you see is not the actual structure and the sheer brilliance of magic here. You see this very ornate looking wizard. It doesn't look like any modern wizard. They're not wearing robes. They're wearing like a vest, and then they're wearing pants, and they have like almost like what is it? The shawl that like the Jewish people wear.
Okay, a shawl.
Yeah, a shawl, and you can see the symbolism of what school they represent or the rank they represent. You can't tell. You don't know the significance because it's not from your period, and you don't have any correlation. You've never seen a wizard like that before.
Okay.
And this wizard is actually talking to... You instantly recognize it from dealing with Cayenne, an archdruid.
Oh, okay.
And you guys can try to listen in if you want.
Definitely listen in.
Investigation.
Hopefully they're speaking a language. Understand.
$23. And if I don't understand the language, I'm casting tongues.
23.
Go for it. Just cast it. I would assume, yeah.
Yep.
They're speaking in a common language you've never heard, so it sounds like almost like a complete like primordial or something you've never heard.
Okay.
It's a common language they understand.
Okay.
And you listen in Mongo, and something hits really fucking hard to you about how far things have changed. The Archdruid is speaking to the essentially what is considered the Archmage, and they're talking about saving the endless trial and protecting it. And you can see that they're not working against each other; they're working in complete harmony. the druid's like, well, we need to do this to the land and prepare it. And the mage is like, how can we help you? There's an absolute harmony between the two classes instead of the warfare that goes on now. They're tolerable now, but they've never been this harmonious where they're walking, speaking without any tension, just coming up with plans on things.
Colleagues working together.
And it's kind of, you see, then you look around and you see other druids there that are working with wizards, and you can see them interchanging like ideas on how to go about spells or druid abilities. And
Is there any commonality as far as the races that we're seeing?
there is commonality in the races. There's
Okay.
a lot of humans and elves here. There's also a few moon elves as well, and a few gnomes, and a few halflings. There's a good mix of them here.
Can I move towards some of the halflings to see what they're talking about, or gnomes, since I know some gnomish now?
It's gnomish you don't understand. It's old gnomish.
Okay, that's what I wanted to find
Yeah.
out, if there's anything I can understand from
And
what they're saying.
so as you're watching this, it starts to play out. You see an arrow come flying from the horizon, and it hits the archdruid right between the shoulder blades.
Shit.
And another one just starts peppering the ground around that area. And you look at the arrows, and they're twisted like barbs, almost like barbed wire.
Dang.
And the archdruid, you see him looking down at the arrow partially sticking out of their chest, and they take their blood and they mark the archdruid. And another thing that absolutely shocks you that you would never see in the modern time, this druid, archdruid, gives command over the druids to this wizard in some sort of trust you don't understand.
So the archdruid like marked their blood on the wizard?
Yeah, the archwizard.
Okay.
Along their face.
And then literally passed command to the wizard.
Yeah, and you guys have never seen anything like this before.
Dang.
And you suddenly see the archmage, start using commands and giving out commands, and you start seeing barriers go up, and you see the druids start moving, casting spells. And then a druid approaches the archmage and asks about their home and if it was going to be taken care of. And the archmage, in another sign of defiance of the times, looks over and says, of course, gets them together and go there. You have your pick of who you take with you. And the druid takes off and starts getting wizards together and druids together to go help their people.
This is like an end of times kind of last stand kind of crazy shit. Holy crap.
And then you just see them slowly, like, as the giant boulders that are on fire come flying in, destroying all the beautiful work that the druids have done and all the beautiful work the wizards have done, laying waste to it. And the barrier is just getting chipped away at slowly, layer by layer, like an onion, as the siege begins. And then eventually, like, you can see time just passing by very quickly, almost nauseating, as the sky goes by to dark like day. And it's just a non-stop siege on this building, this temple, as they're pushed back further and further, and eventually they're swarmed by soldiers and pushed into the building along with whoever was left. Only a handful of people on each entryway.
Any identification of the soldiers, like a flag they're carrying, a common uniform,
Any of
common
them
race,
Any
marks?
sort of paint job on their armor?
Yeah, exactly what I was getting at. Yeah.
All right, that's a good one. Do a history, both of you.
Eight.
History's not one of your core abilities.
Nope.
Wow, I have that much in history? Holy shit. 21.
21.
I thought I had a 1 in history.
From some of the time you've spent around Scabbard and Cayenne, and even Coin listening to her and learning about the history of the various people, even Tinkers, you realize who this group of people is, and you know it's an instant lost cause. This is known as the Legion of the Black Tusk.
Oh, shit.
Well, that sounds familiar.
Yes, it does, doesn't it?
Those motherfuckers raising hell.
This is probably when they first started raising hell, actually. Come to think of it.
Oh.
And you're instantly pulled back as everybody that remained fell back into the temple, and presumably where they held their last stand.
So is this area that we're at, like, the area where they were? So maybe is that thing that was floating in the middle behind this door?
What, the big giant crystal?
Yeah.
No, that would be on top of the building.
Oh.
Yeah. I look at this door that we can't open and see which school it belonged to.
You're on the path of transmutation.
You two okay?
Cayenne, you see him looking like they've seen a ghost, and Maggie goes over and he sits down and he actually pulls out what is the equivalent of a cigarette and starts smoking it.
Have you ever heard of the Black Tusks?
What do I know?
History.
Is that who they were?
I think so. Everything about
Yeah.
them seems very
Am
much what I've
I
ever read about them.
close- Am I close enough to where I hear if this is mentioned at all?
Yeah,
I don't know jack shit. That was 2. For a total of 5.
yeah, you're like,
What?
that sounds bad.
What would I know about them?
Do a history.
I'll actually holler up to Jared.
See if my
if he can come in here.
history is
He
any
may know
good.
it's this area.
Well, he's working on bringing the
okay.
card.
That's a 9.
Yeah.
A 9?
Yeah.
I already got one.
They sound pretty
I
fucked.
can't do jack shit. 'Cause
Yeah.
No one's giving you information.
And Maggie just looks like he's seen... Again, that 1,000-yard stare that Maggie gets when he's been...
So if Jared's in the process of bringing stuff down to us, I will ask him if he's heard that name.
He's bringing the card over.
I'm assuming not so good things happened here.
Maggie said, no,
No, nothing good happened here.
not... Okay, Cayenne. Your people with the wiggly fingers people is like oil and water. Is this place has just become sacred to your people.
I know. I noticed when I saw how nature was preserving this place and had respect for this place.
Maggie stands up and he grabs both your hands, tossing the cigarette aside, and he looks at you and you see that super serious look on his face where all of that like grandeur he has is gone. You see the full weight of his life, his adventuring life looking at you. He's like, I don't understand. My friends here. Wizards and druids were working in harmony.
Yeah, like in more harmony than you and Mongol working together.
There was perfect balance between the two.
Like the leader druid, like handed lead to the wizard, like gave them control.
Not completely unheard of.
Oh yeah, you did pass that test of the arcane druid, right?
Yeah.
What
It's
did
not
she-
unheard of for druids and wizards to see eye to eye and work together in harmony. It's
What-
just there's not many records of it.
What did you guys see? Like, what's going on?
Maggie sits back down with
kind of
Cayenne,
blind in the dark.
pulls out a flask and pours you a drink.
It's explained it to you, so unless
I'm
you
going
weren't listening to
offer
her,
him
you know.
some smokies.
They're crossfading.
So-
I'm offering him the most because he needs it more than me, apparently.
So this place was a temple. Wizards and druids working
It's-
together.
I don't know, more of just like a common like workplace. I don't know if it was a temple. I don't know.
And,
You would understand it as both.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That they were one and the same.
and there was some sort of crystal you saw?
So
What did it look like?
Maggie does a really interesting
It was-
flex of his abilities. After he gets some smokies and some drinkies in him, he pulls out a locket, and he opens it up. There's nothing in the locket, and he takes your hand, Cayenne, and he puts your thumb on the right side. Then he puts his thumb on the left side, and he whispers something, and suddenly inside of your head, like waking up from a hangover, including the headache, you see everything that he saw in the identify.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, shit.
Oh,
Share memory.
wow.
That is
Okay.
really cool.
That's pretty cool. That's brilliant way of doing something like that.
Yeah.
A little locket. We are bound by this memory. Pretty cool.
And you're seeing the gravity of why he's drinking and smoking.
Oh.
So maybe Maggie, maybe you and Cayenne need to open this door.
Question: what did that crystal look?
No, I've got an idea.
You described it as pretty much like the airships, just bigger.
Do a tinkering for me.
Okay.
I have an idea.
I have an idea on how to get the door open. I just don't know if I'm able.
Modify 20.
Molly's never done it.
You start to describe it, but then you think about the details, Nikolai, and you have never seen a crystal carved that beautifully and that pristinely focused.
Oh. Well. Oh. So it's like the crystals of the airships, but with the facets even more intricately and finely carved.
You could do an arcana based off of that.
Right now, I'm over at the door
Okay.
because I've got an idea.
We're in the general
Cayenne
same phase.
joins you at the door. What's your idea?
Well, since Jewel and Maggie decided to make Mongo, all of them, I know usually I have to do this in the morning, but I'm going to try to... I'm Conjuration right now. I'm going to try to change that to Transmutation.
Roll an arcana at disadvantage.
I've never done it this late in the day.
Why do you think I'm making you
Remember,
roll?
you have this plus 10 too.
I have the insane idea that would probably help him out here.
Total of plus 13 actually with
And it's
Scab
just
present.
I can't do it without information that I'm starting to slowly get. Otherwise, it'd just be metagaming.
That's... And I still have a plus 10. Okay, so that'd be 18.
What is it you're going to do?
Change to Transmutation. Grab my wand. And try to actually just pump some Transmutation energy into the fucking door and change it to something I can move.
What was your idea, Cayenne?
Well, I was going to see if there were any specific inscriptions that were druidic in nature that was potentially like this door was sealed password related, where you had to speak a phrase, or if it actually needed druidic magic and arcana to open.
You look around a bit, and the walls are completely smooth, like there is nothing there. Do an investigation, both of you.
hand up.
I know.
Okay.
I'll have to wait until they're done, but it does involve these two.
11.
I got a not a 19. I got a 22.
Oh, nice.
Damn.
Oh, what's your idea?
I'll have to wait until they're done. But
You guys start looking
I'll
around,
type it to you.
and as you guys, you two begin to get closer together, you can see floating text. But the problem is that Cayenne, you see some of it, and then Mongo, you see some more of it, and then there's some in Druid, and then there's some in transmutation. The actual language of transmutation. And you're seeing that this has been basically a riddle that's been written in both. But you have to have a really powerful druid present, and you have to have a transmutation wizard present to be able to read all the text. And you're realizing how intertwined these wizards were to druids.
Oh. Well,
You-
shit.
You said that Archmage had a shawl on them with a bunch of symbols, right?
Mm-hmm.
I will try to utilize my keen mind and literally inscribe what those symbols are and
Go
send it
for
over
it.
to Mongo.
Are you shooting bricks right now, Mongo?
That's how much we tied together.
And it'll be at least probably some of a written language, and he could use comprehend languages on it.
But you see text missing. You don't see that it's in Druid.
I'll grab a parchment and start writing in what I got. Blank line for what I don't.
And I'll do this. I'll do the same for Druidic.
Yeah, you look over Mongo and you realize the words that you're missing, she's writing down. And you realize the same thing, Cayenne.
Sent it to you.
They put one on top of the other and make a light behind them.
Jeez.
Yay, puzzles! That's good leg stretchies.
You just guys start looking at it's an idea, but that is not the right way to go.
Yeah, it's like I can't do anything without like communication.
How far away are you?
I'm there, but not the right information to be given. I can't ask for it without getting metagamey. So
In
Yeah,
the room, we're talking out loud, so you're getting the information.
I just told you everything that we saw has been shared with Scat.
right, but it's not the right information as to what.
This
I
is
can't ask
this
the right
is actually a stupidly easy riddle that you guys will get instantly. I'm going to post this.
Will it speak friend and open the door or some shit?
But
Oh, it's
basically,
big
what I'm
friend
getting at is
picture.
I just
It's
can't.
been posted to the Discord.
I just can't flat out ask the question.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
No. I don't know what information you don't have. Because everything that we saw has been shared with
Oh,
Scat.
that. Good lord, that's easy.
It could be a few different answers.
It could, but the easiest one will make the most sense, and I'm pretty sure you'll agree with me.
Where did you post it?
Campaign discussion.
Discord.
Campaign discussion.
I'm sure.
Oh, yeah, that one's easy.
Yeah, that one is.
Yeah.
That's campaign announcement.
But based off
Because
the situation, yeah.
It also, I literally spoke what one of the potential answers was earlier, given the position between druids and wizards together.
Trust.
In order to work together, there has to be a lot of
Trust.
blank.
Trust.
Yeah, trust.
So good in the world that he trusts more than his sister.
Now I wonder if I speak the druidic part in druidic aloud while you speak. I'm assuming
Just start
that
thinking about,
is.
like the try to say it in transmutation.
Are you two sharing your thoughts out loud? Cayenne?
We would
Yeah,
have
they
shared
are.
that we would have shared that we found a floating text that we can read, I would
Mhm.
assume.
Are you sharing the actual riddle itself at this time?
I would assume yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or we at least have it and you guys can walk over and look at it.
You speak the parts in the required languages. Nothing happens.
If I may offer a suggestion, guys,
Go for it.
the word is trust, right? If we're going with this. There's been things that you have informed us about, Cayenne, that you are, quote unquote, not allowed to share because non-druids can't be trusted. Perhaps he has to speak the word in druid, you have to speak the word in arcane.
I could. How about this? Let's take our time properly instructing each other on how to speak witch.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys can
Sounds
take
like a
20.
good idea. Yeah.
This is insane, isn't it? So they both sit down and you see them like verbalizing like a Spanish class on how to do these words
Yeah.
and say the phrase
I'm
properly.
gonna take
I'm
some
seeing-
time
I'm
to
seeing
keep working
the
on the
scene. I'm seeing the scene from Avatar.
When
Except
Nateri is
that
teaching him.
except it's more so just lifting the hands like, no, no.
Kind of break down the syllables of how to say trust in transmutation, and it's like, okay, you know how you say like this word? Yeah, it's like that part. That's how you pronounce it, and this part is pronounced like you would like that part.
There may even be semantics that have to be involved too.
I'm gonna take some time to keep working on that the
Yeah.
repurposed
You know,
2-for-1
fucking hold hands while we do it.
thing.
That's why I definitely taking time to properly instruct each other on how to speak each other's respective languages.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys are just speaking back and forth about this. On how to.
I think Cayenne's even trying to mimic his mouth movements too, to make sure if there is some kind of semantics, even the vowels are enunciated correctly. The right mouth movement.
And I
Cat
wonder,
mouth to human mouth.
I wonder though, if she can transmute herself into Axie, presumably, couldn't she? Or Feely Folk?
I mean, she can
Or cat.
She can technically become a feline. She has become a feline before, but
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
know how.
If Maggie's not too out of it, because he's a fucking bard as well.
Yeah.
If anybody's going to be able to help two people speak a new language,
So, I would think the only words you actually need to learn to speak might be the entire riddle and the word, you know? You both have to recite the riddle in each other's language and then say the word
Or-
simultaneously, maybe.
yeah,
So-
I got to speak the druid half. She's got to speak the.
Yeah.
How are you responding to all this, Scab? Like, what the fuck?
It's outside of my realm of expertise. I'm just gonna work on my project.
Nikolai is just sitting there right in the middle, just excited. Okay, how's this gonna work?
He wants to see how this works. Huh?
like totally aware that it can go cold, completely wrong. You can get ground zero for a massive explosion, but hey.
You feel the perch stumble we blew up.
Yep.
So, once you guys spend some time, probably about 20 minutes or so, going over to make sure that you got it right, you hear him just repeating it over and over again, over and over and over again, like a mantra at this point. And I assume you go back to the door and try again.
Yep.
After taking a slow, deep inhale and then exhale before. Going into this with calm nerves before we try this.
So, as you guys speak this, and you see that the words next to you on either side of you disappear. And then in the center, another sentence appears in the same mixed way.
Grab the fucking parchment again. Write out my part. Hand it to her.
And I'll write my part.
Too bad comprehend languages and tongues can't be target person itself.
Why do you think I want to turn that shit into a fucking potion?
No shit, man.
There you go. Have fun with that one.
I have a guess.
Yeah, there's two words. You can message me if you understand what it is. There's two words to respond with.
Possible?
No, there are two words.
Oh, it has
I
to be
got
two
it.
words.
I
Okay.
got it. That took a minute, but I think I got it.
Good, because I'm fucking clueless.
Oh, did the riddles get too hard all of a sudden?
Look
The
at the riddle.
future.
If it's two words, then my first guess was just sophomore. Your nose.
I say the future because it's always in front of you and you can't hold on to it.
There's the second word for the second part. So,
That's what it'd be running.
No, but it would be behind you.
so look at it this way.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome back to D&D where the GM gets spicy.
So that's one sentence or two sentences?
Two.
Two sentences. Okay.
That's why I posted the second one.
Okay.
A heart can get broken without being held.
Yeah, but usually the hunt is in front of you. I mean, legally,
Well, I
You
think.
hear they're talking. You guys can chime in too because you hear them talking about these riddles.
Well, maybe the future is what was always in front of you but can't be seen, and what is broken, your past can be broken without ever holding on to it.
yeah.
You could just be a tragic person. Your past is broken, but you haven't held on to it. That's a guess. So, past and future, or future and past. Time.
Ask Bloomberg about that one.
Oh,
A promise can get broken without being held.
That's right, yeah.
a future promise.
I didn't hear what he said.
A future promise. A future is what can always be in front of you but can't be seen, and a promise is what can be broken without actually being held.
Yeah, but with divination, you can kind of see the future a little bit.
Maybe it's like,
But you're
not
working with
necessarily it's
transportation.
not if it's the correct future. Plus, this is transportation.
Like there's probably a different riddle, set of riddles for the divination book.
Assuming it's the riddles, it might be something entirely different.
It's shapes you have to rearrange in three-dimensional shapes. It's, the amount of pain.
It must be arranged.
Sorrow a little over that way in that comment. Just way ouchy.
I think Jesse and Minnie are on with the second part at least. I think the first part is easy. I think that is the future.
You can give it a go.
Yeah.
We'll give it a shot.
Take the time. It's a lot more complicated now.
Yeah.
Yep.
Try to get negative.
Well, you have a couple words that you already know.
Yeah. At least you know a few.
Any progress on the problem?
So when they got it, they got it for the first one, was it repeating the sentence each other opposite part, or was it just saying the word?
It worked. It didn't work the first time they tried it. It worked when they used each other's language because it's trust.
I get that, but did they have to recite the entire riddle, or just the response?
The entire riddle.
Okay.
Yeah. Do the same thing.
So this time it takes a little bit longer because of some of the pronunciations. And you see the sentence disappear. But to both of you, the wall itself, the door, what seems to be the door before you, seems almost semi-transparent, but to you two it looks solid.
No other changes to us. So we never saw the word ourselves.
No.
Okay.
Look up.
Huh.
Shall we?
Yeah.
And you see them both take a step, basically, one ownership and holding your hands. You see them just walk through solid wall.
Guys,
And you see this too. You've never seen anything like that before.
Oh,
okay. I'll walk into the wall.
You walk up,
Yeah, figured out what
and you
happened.
see Nikolai falling at that.
Figured out what happens.
just
Just a chance that it might not.
What's that something little grin that happened?
And you stand there. All of it just seems right. There are bodies that go long roads to search from about what would be these bodies, top of the bodies, top of the
Oh, goody.
and then battle of all the various characters into this place and lower places.
Guys, we thought we could do it. You started right on the inside. Maybe we can open it up on the inside.
They can't hear you. Really. Same thing. It's just, yeah, it happens. It's for the magical candles that are blinking things.
Just tap on the wall, on the door wall, doing any damage. Trying to transmit the sound.
And they're just being strange that are illuminating this very complex thing. You get at it.
No. Osling would be very upset. What do we do now? Like, how bright is it in here? Is it just dim?
It's like being in a house when the power goes out and you have candles lit.
Okay. So just enough light to be able to see to get around.
Make a quick sketch of whatever symbol I see on one of the Black Tusk guys.
Like, they put up a hell of a fight.
I have one thought to get us through.
Do an investigation, both of you.
I'm not blowing anything up.
No,
He's gonna use
Definitely,
acid.
definitely.
no. Bag of holding.
I got a 14.
You try to put the
Manga.
door into a bag of holding?
No, put
Manga.
us in the bags of holding.
What was that?
Investigation.
It's the only thought I got. And this was way to open from the inside.
16.
You look around with Cayenne a bit, and you can see that there is an actual, that you would have to use essentially an amped up mage hand. And you would have to use some sort of vine magic, and the doors can actually be open. But it would require both of you to do it. Not just a single person.
Oh, let me know what spell level I gotta burn.
Burn the highest you got.
Okay.
Smoke them if you got them.
Maggie, you got any teleport magic to wherever your son is?
Maggie looks over. Nikolai, as much as I'm concerned, I only teleport to a place I seem or understand. I don't know what's on how thick
No,
that
no, I
door is.
understand that. It's like, I was just talking about like to your son, like a connection, like teleport to other.
No.
I don't know wizardry.
Somehow Sonny can do that. You have to
That's
figure
what
out.
I was. That's actually what I was getting at.
And you guys work together, and eventually you do get it where, after figuring out the system, where it is another example of harmony, and if you eventually see the doors open behind you, and dust just falling between the two doors, as
Okay, I
light
figured it out.
comes into this area for the first time in whoever.
Eons.
Centuries at minimum.
That's minimum.
The light pouring in across the floor, and you can see the stained blood on the floor. The tiles that were once beautiful now forever marred, until at least you get people here to attend to it.
Jer can have a feast. All the bones.
And the light just begins to illuminate the area, and you look in this cavern, and you see the grisly battle that took place here.
Do I sense anything hollowed, bad, anything like that?
No.
Okay.
It is, for all better terms, a graveyard.
With all those spirits and such that roam this desert, we should probably make sure that these are all, concentrated so they don't get up.
Maggie looks over at you, pats you on the shoulder, Scabby says, "Never been to an undead ball, have you?"
Undead
Do-
hall or hall?
Ball.
Did any of the druids, did any of their emblems look familiar from any circles that I have contact with?
Do a nature.
Huh,
Necromancer
that's
would
not-
have a field day.
That's a natural 20.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
You begin looking around a little bit, Cayenne, at the various, what you can recognize as druids. While none of the symbols match what you're familiar with, They look like descendants of some symbols.
Or like the precursors.
Or the precursors, yes. Sorry.
Whoa.
I have an idea.
You know, that's intense of how old this is then. Because Druid writing typically is very stagnant, yeah. For her to see ancient Druid writing, that means eons have passed.
So it predates
Typically.
primordial.
No, it predates
It's
anything
just-
you guys have on record.
It's
Yeah.
old Druid. It's Druid, but old, which means this is a long freaking time ago.
A couple of cataclysms ago.
At least.
You can say that in character too.
Whoa. It'd be barely recognizable as your written language. Just like looking at,
It is
Old
a
English.
cheddar cheese.
you know, it kind of looks like English,
Yeah.
Nikolai,
but doesn't.
you said you were able to get exact geolocation of this place using the stars?
And yeah, that's why I'm waiting for her in the evening. I can try. I've never really done it. I've studied a
He's
little
like, he
bit.
walks over and he pats you on the shoulder and he's like, well, my boy, you're officially in the record books.
I studied a little bit with the navigator on the
Accidental
mall.
Finding shit?
Well, how else would you do that? But
Great
you found
discoveries
this
are-
place, which is historic.
Yeah.
For anybody else here, I would say be very careful with any magical items that you come across.
I'm gonna take out the book actually, and
Hey,
try
Mongo,
and
do you-
contact Orina.
do you know of any, or have you heard of any magic deities that had to do with death at all, by chance?
Necromancy is relatively newly accepted as a wizard school.
Well,
Contacting Orina.
possibly necromancy.
She comes out and she's
It's kind of one of the.
oh, wow, you guys really had fun since I last saw you.
Actually, this isn't our work.
Because
There is
I had
something.
an idea.
Incredibly significant that needs to be
I
added
was
to.
looking
the
to have the
records.
druids here,
We are standing.
at least
in
with
potentially
Osling's
a
help
lost
carried
temple
to my realm,
Basil.
but I want to see
Basil.
if I could have the
The
wizards here
transmutation
carried
and
off
magic.
to
This
their
is
appropriate
his spell
realms to
forge, his
rest
temple.
It's not just
instead of
his.
being here.
It's one of his.
No.
Okay, I don't know then. I must not have understood the information correctly.
Look,
For
I
you,
gotta be honest,
Scabbard,
the whole
there's an entryway
school
for each god.
of magic god.
In whatever
thing.
school they follow, they enter. This is a temple to
I've
all
only learned about.
of the
well,
magic
I
gods.
mean, Saw.
Transmutation, divination,
That's what I would
conjuration.
explain to her
Yeah.
then, that this needs to be added
So,
to
like,
the
the number of
records.
hours in the past that I've known about, I can count on one paw with fingers left over.
Okay. So I'll probably just ask Osling, like, hey, this might be a little bit of a workload, but
Arena's like, wow. So this isn't your work. This is someone else's work.
Well, Mongo found the place.
Exactly.
Mongo and Cayenne worked to open the door up. We all kind of worked with each other to figure out the riddles a little bit.
But this does
But the
need-
death is not us.
But this does need to be recorded in the records. And
Oh, of
of
course.
course also needs to be made sure that Mongo is the one who discovered this.
Well, that's not my job. I just record gods.
True.
Mongo.
Hmm?
So this belonged to multiple, not god, but gods.
At the looks of it. The varying gods of magic, which I'm not entirely sure which ones.
Well, I heard that the one that you got, and I have documentation on them.
Apparently, the sister is of divination.
Cayenne, you can do a prayer to your sister.
I am going to do a prayer to my sister.
Your religion at advantage.
I don't know.
Oh,
Or you
that's
could just call her up with the stone.
I don't
could
know
do
if
that, but this
Chronomancy
is
is gonna-
funnier.
if there's one for there, if there's one for graviturgy, necromancy is finally
Okay.
accepted. I don't know
All
if
right.
there's one then.
It's a
I already
very
know
ancient
the nickname
temple.
that Cayenne uses for Osling.
What's that?
Hey, bone bitch.
Oh, wow.
That
shit.
came from the fact that they decided to go out on a girls' night with Polts and forgot that their tolerance could not keep up with hers.
So Irina looks around a little
Hey,
bit.
Jesse,
you
you
see her
remember,
feeling her tug at the book. It's her,
You remember what you learned about
Move
your
her towards
divine
wherever.
realm?
and she's just going around like the center area
transmissions?
where there was a
This is a
statue
temple,
of some
so
sort.
you can just
And she's like,
go say hi,
okay,
and then come back here.
I can give you this. It seems like, wow, this is actually quite beautiful. Mungo, can you do me a favor and gently move that corpse off of that tile over there?
Yeah, I'll try to get Cayenne to. Who's?
She's off doing a prayer thing.
Oh, okay.
I'll help you.
Yeah. So you guys move it off, and you look at it, and you instantly recognize it. It's the wizard. You've seen it on flags. You've seen it in books. You've seen it on doors. It is the wizard emblem for invocation. And then as you start to walk around with Orina and Scavert, you see that it makes a giant hexagon pattern with a star going through it of the ones that they knew at the time, which is aberration, conjuration, divination, enchantment, invocation, illusion, and necromancy and transmutation. That you see this, that they were all basically interlinked and in harmony and understood here. And then you go to the middle where the middle of this is, and you see something that is referred to as the Null, Null, which you have never heard of at all regarding magic.
Is this a word that's shared out loud?
I'll ask Maggie if he's heard it. No.
You mean the fuzzy animals?
Walk right at it.
He goes over and he looks at me and says, what was your roll, Cayenne?
22.
22. As you open your eyes from your prayer, that instant cold hits you as you're standing in her realm.
Woo. That's a head rush.
It was like
And
someone pouring ice water on you.
So
Oh, that sounds
I
so
only
awesome
say
right now.
this because I used to have this when I was younger, when I would go outside when it was really, really hot and go to where it was air conditioned, I
Oh,
would have an immediate drop in blood pressure and I would faint.
Oh wow!
wow.
So I know this feeling well, going from extreme hot to cold.
It would be extreme, yeah. Dang.
So
Last week when my AC was working,
Osling's
get
like-
home, it's just like,
could have been nice
Shower.
about it.
Shower.
Yeah.
I'm
I didn't
So-
realize I had like
I'm
muscle memory,
sorry.
by the way. I'd turn it to like.
And she's in
it's like,
her
no,
like
it's way too
deific
warm.
state,
To be
that
outside.
terrifying,
And it's just like no matter what, I could be in there for like
non-familiar
It's like, no,
form.
it's just not cold. No.
Really?
I'm sorry,
for
but
my
a lot
polar
of
bear
things
ass.
have happened, and I mean a lot.
So
We stumbled across a place that apparently is some kind of birthplace for spells for wizards, and it was a place that was protected by both druids and wizards, and they worked in harmony.
She looks at you and she just kind of tilts her head a little. That seems very improbable. But if it is you that is stating it, then there must be truth to it.
Well, the mass and number of druid and wizard corpses that we found that were not properly laid to rest, that were sealed away within this place for thousands of years, definitely speaks on their unity, because they were fighting against the Black Tusk.
Let me roll.
Whew,
If she would know about
that
it,
was a
'cause
mouthful because I did that all in one breath.
So when she was describing the um the various schools magic, did I hear that they all point to the stone that says null? They're like all like
From what I got, Noel is one of them.
all the outer ones are the normal one. Noel is in the middle.
so they all
shared
kind
that-
of like orient to null.
Yeah, they all
Okay.
converge.
Did you
on
share that with us or only with
Oslin looks at
Okay,
you and she
okay.
takes a step forward and she's in her more familiar state and she's like, "What
can't
does
just
this
assume.
say? Is the endless plague, the swarm, the
So
is the hand of the
Yes.
god of the orcs?"
This seems like the
what
place
language does Mongol
where
speak again?
they started to unleash havoc
Well,
upon
because of
people.
spell. Naturally, he's
Let
only
me
learned
put in
common, cat,
perspective
and
of
elvish.
how bad
Elvish, okay.
these people are. The Black
So
Tusk
you-
was
so
a
you have,
united flag
Comprehend
of
language
orc
on right now, right?
kind,
Tongues, okay.
including
Okay.
goblins.
That one might be old.
And they marched in the name of the orc god, which I
So
shall
I'm just
not
trying
name.
to I'm trying to make the connection
And
organically
they
and game
basically
wise.
blotted out the
So
sky
I know what
and
that word
devoured
is.
and killed
I
everything
know
that
what it
was in
means.
their
Yeah.
market.
I'm sure everybody does.
Same.
But
Every
I'm trying to make that
civilization, every culture, everything.
that
else.
connection that if you can speak
That's
that word
what
in a
happened
shared
to
language
this
that I
place.
have,
This place
Yeah.
was a
because you
sanctuary
now
for
command of
wizards
all
and
languages
druids,
right
and
now,
they thrived together
that
against them for,
Nikolai would feel
for,
just
for
immediately know what that
centuries
word means.
until they were
Perfectly legitimate for Nikolai to know that word.
eventually eradicated.
I will send my servants,
So
but
like
you have to
you have
do
tongues,
this
so
for
couldn't
me.
you?
Cannot let any
Since
orc
you have comprehend
ever know
languages,
that
you could like
location
read the word and speak
until it is
in.
well
It does
protected.
last for an hour.
Okay, I think it's probably going.
I'm
Yeah, it's
making
probably still
sure that
Okay,
I'm making sure that protections are being put in place
so if
and
you could
that place
just
is
speak that
sealed.
word that you're seeing
I also
in
state that if
our
an
shared
orc happens
languages,
to show
Yeah.
up,
Nikolai would know what it would mean.
I
and could tell
hate
you
to say it because I am a
interesting.
goddess of vengeance, not a straight god of death, but kill them on sight. It's better that they are dead than to
And
carry
yeah,
the
with
word
comprehend
amiss.
languages, you would know what the word means too.
Easily done.
You know the literal
Also,
meaning of any written or
um,
spoken language.
Yeah.
Spoke to a previous alliance of our grandfathers.
Huh.
The great world-eating serpent.
Oh. Wow. So they are real.
I planted a daisy on in the middle of the garden on their head.
Wait. Hold on. Look, I don't do the meddlings of life. That's not my deal. You did what to the world serpent?
They wanted me to find a single daisy and plant it on their head. So I found a single daisy, a single pretty daisy, as per their words, and planted said daisy in the middle of their head. And then told the daisy they are very lovely.
Diane, sister, you do realize where you visited, right?
Yes.
One of the gardens of life.
grandfather can fix the relationship he really messed up with them that I think I may have fixed.
There's a lot of bad blood there. So,
Don't forget your dad tried to axe his nose.
No, it actually did. He did
Yeah.
plant it. and
Yeah.
she
did plant
reaches
the
out
axe.
and gives you a hug, and then she's like, "Work to do." And as she
Before I go back, I'm giving her a kiss on the cheek.
she just smiles a bit, and you actually see some color come to her face for once. And you see Cayenne stumble back from her prayer spot. The idol that she had made just shatters, and the broken statue in the middle of the room where it says "Null." It's like a crystalline statue, and it's dead center under the base of it,
Yeah.
where you can see it. It is up there. It just comes around. It. And then, Cayenne, out of the corner of your eye, you can see the terrifying visage of Ipsy and Ipsy wandering through the dead, coaxing the spirits out to follow them. And you just feel a cold breeze go by you.
I just want to just pet them so badly, but they're working. They're
okay.
service puppers we can no touch.
And you just feel a cold chill go past you, Scabbard, as you're standing
And
there.
shares this with us. We'll know it's safer. Whew. Feels cool. Nice. Does it feel cool?
Oh,
Your that breaking, is that something we have to worry about? The thingy.
I don't think she heard you.
What thingy?
Melina, I don't think she heard you. What?
your idol?
Oh yeah, don't worry about that.
Okay. Have you ever heard of the? Double check. I'm reading that right for the 5th time. No magic.
Nope.
Mm-mm.
Have I ever heard of the null before in any of like the research or such?
Also, no orcs should ever be allowed to step foot within this place or close to this place. If they do, eradicate them on sight.
You hear behind you. You hear a
Why?
cheer.
We've met
Hey.
good orcs.
You hear behind you a cheer. Oh, are the eggs updating my orders? I can kill orc on sight.
Because we met the one who was running when we first got here. The one running the tavern. He was cool.
Yeah.
I don't want to kill him.
You can explain why, Cayenne.
It's,
Roll history.
essentially, with what has happened here, from what we
21.
saw that has happened here, the many centuries that have happened here, with, you know, a certain deity of the orcs who shall never be named at all.
Oh, good. One of those fun ones.
Don't need their followers reaching this place that is still sacred.
I get that, but not all orcs would worship those vile deities. Just like not all tinkerers worship Garl.
You forget where we are.
We are deep within, deep within and behind enemy lines right now.
That doesn't mean that every orc is evil.
True.
Cheer's like, and not every orc is delicious.
Okay, so any orc that follows the bad unnamed ones.
Maggie's like, I think
You-
I think I know what she's saying. If anybody comes knocking, we don't let them know what's going on here or anything about the place. And we probably shouldn't let them leave.
Right.
Why is it so cold in here?
I don't know. It's nice.
And why is it here?
Let's just say that
Ed's
some
here?
spirit work
He's
is
sitting on
being
the rock.
done.
Hi, Ed. Oh,
I'm
so we
just
don't have to
saying
worry
that
about the dead bodies
some-
anymore.
I'm just saying that some spirit work is being done.
That was
Anyone in the family knows what that means.
yeah.
So
It means
we
that
don't have to worry about
Osling
the
is
dead
doing
bodies.
work.
Got it.
And each of you briefly see some sort of shadow out of the corner of your eye. When you look over there, there's nothing there. It's just very unsettling, especially to you. It's like, right now, your like radar is just
Like, this is both good and bad.
it's getting fucking buried on either side at points.
Or
Yeah,
is it
that
going
was
like
a
this?
21 to
I re-
recall information on the history of what the null is.
The null is something that it's a universal term that you've heard it read about it as a universal term. When there is the combining of all of the various practices, say you have the deities of a whole pantheon together, or you have all the classes of a wizard school together, all the classes of a druid school together. When they form a certain assemblage, it creates an area called the null, which basically destroys any magic in that area or amplifies it.
Huh.
So the null, okay. Think of it like an infinite void that can either create or destroy.
Well, you would have to explain the rest. You're just kind of explaining exactly what the null is.
And whenever these beings, these ancient deities came together with their specific domains over that form of magic, it does various things from my readings and understandings. But that was, of course, all before it's been confirmed that they're actually a thing.
Mongo, do an Arcana with me.
Is that Arcana?
Yeah.
It's hard to word that in a way because we just barely learned that it exists, but it's like I have knowledge on it, I guess.
Was that
It's like
advantage
that's-
or plus 10?
Plus 10.
Oh,
Yeah.
15, 25.
25. As he's explaining this in a scattered way, you just suddenly get that like knot in the pit of your stomach. This is one of the things that the Queen of the Magic actually uses. She has with her a wizard of each school, and they're often around her to amplify her ability.
Shit.
Do I know how old she is?
Nobody knows how actually old she is.
You might be interested in knowing about this place.
Hey, you guys are like, who?
Who?
Care to share?
And do we let them know? Should we let them know?
You were shaking the shit out of the table, dude.
No how. Just doing this.
Yeah, I know. We're just shaking the shit out of the table.
Not even leaning against the table. What?
Remember, Manny, I watched it and fast forward, you vibrate.
I guess.
Sorry, it's a little distracting.
He's a phone now?
I guess. Apparently.
Watch the stream and fast forward one day. You'll see homie there is just vibrating.
I'm gonna send a message over to Cayenne.
Now, there's a kingdom
I'm gonna make you cackle so hard.
that's basically just where It's almost basically like the world's capital city for mages.
Okay, the Magic City, right? Okay.
Yeah.
We've all heard
Yeah,
about
you
that.
brought that up before.
And it's obviously, has its ruler, the queen.
Yeah, that asshole that tried to pin a bunch of shit on Maggie was from the Magic City, right?
Well, the thing happened in the Magic City.
Okay.
The queen often has an entourage.
Yeah.
Usually someone who who's extremely high level in transmutation, abjuration, divinage, go around the whole thing. And from what I've heard, they're usually always surrounding.
Huh. So there's 5, you said, right?
No.
One for each school of magic,
There's like
She
7, I
said
believe.
hexagon.
There's
That'd be
8.
5, right?
8, yeah.
and there's one for the void. If there's 8, it'd be an octagon.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
No one knows how old she is.
Does anybody know what she looks like? Maggie, you said you have beef with her. Do you know what she looks like?
Whoa, hey, Hayes. I don't have beef with her. But I have curled up on her laps.
So you've met her.
Yes.
Would you
And
be
it was the
very-
most draining experiences of my life.
Would you be able to share a memory of what she looks like or describe her in absolute detail to me?
I want to keep myself alive.
Okay. So, no.
I can tell you that she's very beautiful, and she's very much a very stern person,
Uh-huh.
and she basically absorbs the magic from the air all around her.
Okay, so moving forward to my thought. Just a random thought here. You were with us in that Identify, where we saw the fight happen.
Yeses.
May she perhaps have been there?
Noses.
No. Okay.
So she's old, but not that old.
Or she just wasn't there. So,
I can tell you this. If I were to try to one-up her in a spell contest, well, I don't mean to throw insults at you because I applaud you. But it would be like my boy fighting me.
Wouldn't even be a
but if you were standing in the middle with a wizard from each school, you'd be pretty badass.
I think I would still get my ass kicked.
Okay.
Let me tell you this. I have seen her cast 9th and 10th level spells.
Apparently those are real.
It's just with the sheer gesture of her hand.
So she still has to use semantics.
As a courtesy.
As a courtesy. It's muscle memory because she's been doing it forever. Just happens to do it when she casts the spell.
Yeah, basically.
Doesn't need to, just happens to do it. Great. Alrighty, that's fascinating. I'm interested actually in what happens to magical things if put on that space with no wizards powering it. So
Nothing
I
good,
will.
perhaps.
Huh?
Probably nothing good.
I'm interested. So I will replicate a simple magical item as per, artificer abilities. Put it on that spot.
Are you sure that's a good
You
idea?
put it on the crystal.
Yeah, or the null point. I'll share this, and this is what I'm going to do, unless there's any strong opposition.
So now, are you sure that's a good idea?
So it skitters off the crystal and lands on Cayenne's head. And just kind of hangs out there for a few moments before finding another perch.
Just like
And your bird joins him up in the rafters. Cayenne.
yeah, let's see, it'll be
And as you put the magical item there,
Huh?
you wait a few moments and you go to retrieve it to see what happens.
well, I'm watching it. Yeah,
Nothing seems to happen. on
nothing seems to
appearance.
happen. Hey, Mongo, you have those goggles. What do you see?
You look in that spot and you start going through all of them, and that knot just gets tighter in your stomach. It's like looking into Vanta Black.
You're just staring into a black hole.
That space, the design where all of them intersect perfectly, there is nothing. There's just Vanta Black with her goggles on.
So you don't even see the object that I placed there.
Take a look at it from a couple of different angles and hand them to Maggie.
Maggie comes over. Huh? Puts the goggles on. He looks at it and he's like, takes the goggles off, puts them back on, takes them off.
Mongo, words, please.
Spell porch. Ah, maybe that's how they actually did it. Created spells. He goes over and he picks up the object and he checks it.
It was
over.
just it would say a mask or a mask of water. I have to make one of those.
He looks at it and he tosses it back over to you and you grab it and you examine it and it's just a normal object now.
So it has no magic.
None.
Whoa.
So, hear me
Whoa.
out. I have a weird notions here. So each of these locations, these forges, they probably had a high weekly of each school, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So perhaps the person that was creating the spell stood in the middle, the others stood around them to focus the magic to create the spell. But there's no one there. So
That's why I did the experiment, to see what happens to magic items in the middle with no one around. If we can't,
probably why that there's a crystal there to keep people from standing there.
But what if someone that has all magic stands there?
Maggie walks up to you very closely. I'll put you there before my boy.
There.
if we can't destroy one of the phylacteries, literally put it right there.
Would dispel the phylactery?
It would drain all magic left of it.
Make it absolutely useless.
Make it absolutely, if we can't destroy it, you could just put it right there.
How are we gonna keep something
Hey,
like
Cayenne, you feel one of the doggos brush against you.
That's the last resort. Only if we can't
Gonna-
find anything else to destroy it.
Basically, look like I'm patting air.
we
And it
could-
leans
we
into the
could
path
even
for a few
trick
moments.
the
As
asshole.
horrifying as these things
I
Look
don't
look,
think
here,
I
right
can
there.
get anywhere
Into it.
near here.
But then
I'm
it will
just gonna
destroy
whisper,
his magic.
You're doing a good job.
There's already been enough death and destruction here.
as it wanders off, you hear it speak in an eerie, multi-voiced mimicry of "thank you."
Oh shit!
And you guys
That
hear
makes
this
me
weird.
happy.
You hear almost in the room like this eerie multitude of voices saying thank you. It just makes your fur stand up in terror. And Jir instantly pulls out a blade like, Jin?
Spirits.
Good spirits.
Puts the blade away. Maggie's like, okay, well, I will stay here and secure the place, and you, I guess, go find Doomaball, but bring it back here.
Do you think it'd be safe to bring that here?
Fuck if I know.
Should we try to destroy it ourselves first?
Yes.
Of course.
Hmm. I wonder. You said you're currently running with transmutation,
roll a,
Mongo?
Well, when I first
Roll a
tried to
wisdom
open
for
the
me.
door, I tried to switch to transmutation.
Is
I
that a
don't know
wisdom?
if it worked or not.
yeah.
Would he know if he's
That
transmutation
is
wizard right
a 12.
He would know that you're currently the new one you picked.
Oh, okay. So I did manage to switch it in midday.
Yeah. It was just a little painful on the
Huh.
bones.
now? Mongo? Buddy? Can you think of any transmutation spells that you would like to have a permanent object on it? You stand under the transmutation circle, we put the object in the middle. And cast the spell into it. Transmutation spell into it.
I actually don't have a lot of transmutation spells.
Maybe we can just make a quick, simple transmutation magical item.
I have plenty of gems. Those tend to do well with holding magic.
It's true.
Actually, at a certain level, transmutation ones do get their get a transmutation stone, and I don't think Mongo's ever tried to make his.
Just make it for you right now with all the gems.
Yeah, you're still bright red.
Now, I don't think you can make the stone for me there, bud, but I appreciate the efforts.
No, I mean, like, take the gems that I have and use them to make your own.
Oh my god, that would be terrible.
What?
Your brain is so bad. Sometimes. As long as you're red, you pass kidney stones that are rubies.
Oof. Kidney stones suck.
You look like you were just defeated there.
Thankfully, I've never had to deal with that, but we never will.
That could be painful but lucrative. At that point, they would be literal bloodstones.
You're not wrong.
Sent you a message, Cayenne.
I'm not sure what level he gets that at.
I think I'll share that with them.
Go for it.
So, guys,
Yeah?
if there were a light above me, if you were to create more shadows off of me, could summon, essentially request one of Lumeon's shadows.
Come on, buddy. Come on, hun. Yes, I know, sweetheart. I'm like literally trying to use this computer right now.
And so is she.
I don't...
That's pretty cool.
So you need more more darkness or more light?
Trying to make a shadow.
You're trying to make shadows.
Like if we
Oh,
shine light
yes,
on you from
and-
every angle, it'll create a shadow
Yeah.
of you.
Yeah, you just
And-
create more shadows off of me.
Ah, that's cool. We can just bring in a shadow army.
No, not technically. There's a limited amount of shadows, and I don't think Lumion would approve of all of the shadows being seen.
Suddenly go out,
Yeah.
like, what the hell happened?
Oh, you think you wouldn't follow them?
He just comes walking in like Thanos with the Infinity Gauntlet.
Oh. Fabricate would be fucking dope. Fabrication stuff.
So, who's gonna put light above her head if that's the path you're gonna take?
Can't really do so.
I have dancing lights, cantrip.
I do it.
That actually create multiple shadows over. Why are we doing this?
Come on, go.
Basically, be able to use one of the shadows to essentially guard this place and take out any orc that travels here.
Ah. Not a bad
If
idea,
he's gonna
sister.
Stay here for a little while. Having somebody here to protect him would.
Yeah. Not a bad idea, sister.
So, do you cast dancing lights?
Do you want to try and make your own stone?
I can't do that till 6.
Yeah. Okay.
So, kind of suddenly there's a bunch of dancing lights above you, creating many different shadows.
Probably just kind of staring at the lights, because I don't see pretty lights very often.
They look like dancing fairies.
Well, do you want to try and attempt to make a magic item?
I'm gonna do the most
I don't see how you guys are getting making
unrefined
magic
thing
items
ever
this
and
thing.
just
Experimentation.
Experimentation.
It's literally all it
Mongo,
is.
as you're facing Scabbard and talking to him, you get hit right in the side of the face with one of your dancing lights.
What the hell?
And it just floats back like a balloon.
You asked me to cast light and then you throw it at me? I've heard of throwing shade, but what the fuck?
I wasn't trying to throw it at you. I was trying to bat at it, like you do with shiny string.
And
And I'm not
Kids.
I'm not judging. I'm not judging.
she just gave you a brilliant idea for when you're bored.
Play magic lights with paint.
Yeah.
See you next time she's out of it.
But you have plenty of shadows to pick from.
I am going to base it on who has the most knowledge and expertise of the of followers of the Black Tusk.
Unfortunately, there's not really anyone with that, but you do see you guys see shadows step out of one of her shadows. And at first you think it's a halfling.
Second level spells.
And she has her cloak pushed forward, and outside of its cloak you can see these twirling, beautiful golden locks. And then you see her absolutely porcelain skin, and you can see like her ruby eyes, and she just laughs a little bit, that real little girl laugh.
Oh boy.
And you can see her 4 razor sharp canines. You're like, oh, her.
Yeah. You will work. You're perfect for this.
And you,
Looks like a. I'm
Yeah,
not saying that out loud.
Scabbard, as you're thinking things over, you instantly your undead radar goes off the charts.
Just like just that instant.
And you look over, and it's that shadow that was just summoned.
Is this one of those same ones that was at the
No, Lumion has many shadows that are at Cayenne's disposal as well.
Checks out.
And she looks over at you and she's like, Lady Cayenne, what is your order? Who shall I kill?
So, as per my sister's request, and as I think it is a good idea as well, due to the events that have happened here in the past, orcs are not permitted to enter this premises. If they try to do so, they are to be eradicated on sight.
It shall be done. And as you say that, she skips off, her shoes echoing as she disappears into the shadows.
I don't think it should be all orcs.
It really
And you
shouldn't.
just hear her giggling throughout the entire place, coming
I'm
from
just-
all the different shadows.
Well, that's fucking unnerving.
Like, if
She
there's a
se-
good
okay,
orc that
she just
wanders here,
seems- She just seems like her name would be like Annette.
This just unnerves the hell out of you because you hear the echoes all around you too.
Annette or Anne Marie.
I feel like
One
all
of the
orcs
two.
is gonna end up causing some problems down the road.
it's like there's no reason to eradicate a good orc. Like, why
Here's
are we
like-
doing all orcs?
Question is, much like when we do contracts for you eggs, we do interview process. I don't think orcs really want to do an interview process.
There's got to be a way to.
Yeah,
not
you're now the
eradicate good
undead
people.
feeling is all around you. Like,
Why are we killing good people just because they're orcs?
This seems like
That's-
a very bad idea that's gonna cause some problems for us down the
That's
road.
going to be that's being as bad.
Anne Marie
as,
works very well.
It's being as bad as the evil that is here.
Honestly, there probably won't be much attention drawn to the place.
But if there's a good wandering orc that is trying to escape this hellscape, comes across here, we're just going to allow him to be murdered.
It reminds me of a movie where the guy is running away from the bad guys. He gets shot between the eyes, and the bad guys are like, "Whoa, shit!" They start running the opposite direction.
It's like, please, Cayenne, change your orders. This is wrong. You know it's wrong. There are good
Maggie
people
looks
in this
over.
land.
He's like, "She can maim them."
There are good people in this
Oh.
land. Jir is not an evil person. If he was an orc, we should just kill him?
Ice has an idea. She could cut out their tongue. They can't say anything if they can't speak.
True.
But why maim a good person just because they happen upon this place?
Maggie looks over. Well, a tongue can be restored.
You realize, as it's been explained countless times, Nikolai, you realize where we are. We're right in the heart of the orcs' domain, and they do not follow by diplomacy and democracy.
I
I like how you said democracy is dromocracy.
I understand
yeah,
that.
I know.
The likelihood of a good orc coming by is not probable. I understand. But just like myself, I can consider myself a good person. If I was in a survival situation, I could make the decision to do bad things just to survive, to get out
You
of
would
this
know to
place.
ask here.
There's gotta be a
Ask
way.
here.
And what happens if we send people from our own domain, the people from Casil, and some of them happen to be orcs? That's gonna cause problems.
We're not sending anyone here.
Eventually, we're gonna have to.
We
But-
need to seal this place off so no one can get in here. Orcs especially don't belong in this place for any reason whatsoever, for any reason.
But if they're a
Uh,
good person
you
trying to
can
help
intertry.
Maggie, why
Uh,
would we not
here-
allow their help?
Is every orc in this area pretty much beholden to
Oh. You want... Okay. Story time with Deer. Be right back. Gonna go cover Camel up. And he goes out, and eventually he comes back in and brings the camel in. And the
Okay.
cart's parked right outside the door, so it's
Alright.
inside the area. And he basically used cloth to basically hide the area and put
Camel
sand over it. Yeah.
yeah.
And
Camel
he's...
flush.
Camel flush.
And Deer's like... He goes over and he sets a body on fire, and he uses it as essentially kindle.
That can't smell good.
Oh, it doesn't smell bad now. It's just
Okay.
Well dried.
Alright. Story time with Deer. Come sit around. So, you want to know about orc politics. How they function in these lands. Pretty soon you will be seasoned eggs. So, the matron, if orcs don't grow up and they don't follow the matron, they're usually fed to the dragon.
okay.
This dragon.
Oh, yeah. Here, never seen dragon, but apparently dragon big fat.
I thought I explained this to y'all
It was
before
explained.
we even left.
But
I remember talking about the dragon. Yeah.
they did.
Yeah.
But they get fed to dragon. But defectors that actually make it outside the city walls usually go to Tabaxi because Tabaxis tend to like refugees.
Okay.
Coming this way, usually a death sentence because of the patrols. Wandering guards, wandering djinn, sandstorms, angry beetle, devil folk. Lots of bad options. Go that way, starvation, burn to death, tabaxi.
But a smart person, well enough prepared, could take this route to escape because they know no one's going to fucking follow them.
But here as this. If you are the orc, and you come this way, and your purpose is to escape orc, and orc tell the devil folk, you're good as dead anyway.
So the devil folk have no sway in the land of the Tabaxi or the Feely folk?
None. That is one place we will stop at, is at the Feely folk domain. Actually, there was just a big kartoffel over there. It was actually glorious. I ate mini snacks while watching it.
I admit and I agree that the chance of a good soul that happens to be born an orc coming this way is slim to none. But just the blanket statement of any orc, just destroy them, is as bad as being these evil people.
I understand what you say, my friend. Also, you understand religion.
Of course.
Druid.
Mm-hmm.
You understand nature.
Yes.
Okay. You mechanical. Yeah, you one of them ether sparks. I don't understand. But you were interested in learning about world, so learn about world. Land holds power. Say, you travel back to your land, and now you are influenced by the presence of the power that is there. This god that shall not be named, even Jiren will not name, of the god. They so bad. This god has so much evil in them that Even the mere muttering of their name could turn the best of orc into one of them.
Even Osling won't say their name.
I get that.
But the land could hold those memories and those words that were spoken, the chants, and an orc ear could possibly hear them. It's like going into a familiar room and knowing exactly where everything is at. Or going into a shop to be repaired, and you instantly know where everything is.
And I understand that's a chance that it could happen. But somehow we're all okay with destroying an orc that is currently a good soul that could have an important role in the future to even solve the problem of this place, this realm, this world, this continent, the problems, but we're killing them just because there's a chance that they could turn evil.
Here, if I'm understanding you correctly, please correct me if I'm wrong, but any orc, no matter how good, could be the best of the best, they walk anywhere even near here, the deities who shall not be named could just whisper in their ear and change them like that.
Very possible. Maggie looks over. I has an idea. It's crude. Well, not as crude as Holvar picking up a comrade of ours and throwing him down the hallway to trigger a trap. But that's besides the point.
Way to solve the problem.
Okay. Listening to this, oh my god, it's like being back in an adventuring party. I'm going to need another drink. What about this? We send it. He takes it from you and just starts chugging it. Okay. Got an idea. It's a crude idea. It's a Holvar idea. We get a hold of back home, right? And while we're here, and we request an orc, and see what happens. Preferably one that's in jail.
I'm not. So just sacrifice a dude?
Bye. Oh my god, I just burped and it was just pure spice.
Spice must flow.
Oh, yeah. Maggie looks at you. I'm not saying... See, that's where the contradiction is, my Nikolai son, friend. According to the theories that have been put forward, there are two competing theories. One, an orc comes here and nothing happens. We change the plan. But if we bring an orc here and they go, "Arr," then we consider plan A. And if they're on jail and they're on death sentences, well, it's not a problem if they die.
But then again, if someone is deserving of a death sentence, are they necessarily the good orc that we're trying to prevent from being just killed just because they wander upon this place?
All right. I'll call in a favor. He stands up, walks over. All right. Give me a few moments. I'll call in a favor.
I was just trying to follow as Osling asked of me.
I sent you a message. Kind of important.
Where at?
Discord.
Okay. Ah, there it is. This is your punishment.
No.
It appears the automaton has sprung in link. Oh, shit. So, as Maggie is handling something, and the automaton 404s for now.
Hmm.
What are the
Somebody
rest of you
asked if
doing?
they found a turtle in the desert.
What are the rest of you doing?
I'm just waiting to see what our next move is.
I'm still working on my side project.
I'm gonna
Tinkering
try to
at
fix
disadvantage.
the thing that I broke earlier.
Oh, the statue,
Mm-hmm.
the pillar.
Pillar,
Dude,
the
I'm
mural.
being bitten by Sunny right now. Woman, if you don't stop, I'm quit.
Is that the dog? Sunny?
No,
Oh. Okay, I get it now.
22.
cat.
Yeah.
Mars is being very needy right now and very annoying.
Cheddar's been doing that lately. You know what his new favorite thing is? He likes to go lay out and get super heated up from the sun in Arizona, and then come in and curl up on top of me and cuddle.
He's
That
trying to be
felt
a
great.
heater.
Right now, Mars's favorite thing to do to keep himself entertained is laying a cinnamon roll on the floor and bunny kick the backs of his front legs.
I mean, at this point, your tail is completely bald.
Oh no! This
22.
stupid cat.
What'd you get?
22.
Making progress. What are you doing?
Gonna go fix the mural on the pillar that I accidentally fucked up.
All right, that's right.
Oops.
GG, man. GG.
I kind of figured you'd just leave it on.
No. Maggie comes back and he's like, okay, so I'm calling in favor. I got an orc friend that runs a library that is willing to be an experiment.
Okay. Okay.
Might want to cast Sanctuary on him before he arrives.
No, we need to test.
Well, the thing is, whatever her name has already been given the order kill on sight. So the moment they
You
arrive,
can just speak Cayenne and tell her not this one. She has to listen to you.
I can call off orders at any given point. All I have to do is speak.
All right, Maggie starts making a circle putting down a spell. You can do an arcane and try and figure out what he's doing.
Yep.
You started piecing together chunks of rock. It's gonna be a project.
14 plus the 10. And try to help him out.
Yeah. You instantly recognize he's putting down a cement or a circle for dimension door.
Yeah.
And yeah, Kaya, you give the order.
I'm going to let the shadow know that we are summoning an orc librarian here. They are welcome on this premises.
You just hear in the shadows, aww.
I promise you can have the next one.
And So he goes and he finishes the spell, and it doesn't go off, and he's like, "Huh."
He's like inside the structure right now.
Yeah.
Maybe outside.
Yeah. That's cool. He goes outside, starts working on it.
Considering
outside.
the riddles that are on the door, I don't think just teleporting in here is allowed. You're
And
getting dusty, old man.
he just kind of he works in the orc appears, and he's a very proper looking orc. You've never seen an orc quite this proper.
Hello.
And he nods and he's like, and you see him take a few steps, and then he just pauses, and you see his eye twitch ever so slightly. And he just looks around, and you look over to him, and he's like, "You guys hear that?
No.
I'm sorry. Hear what?
They sound like drums."
Oh fuck.
No. Don't listen to that.
Go the other way. Other way.
And Maggie's like, "Nope," and sends him back instantly.
Huh. So,
Maggie's like, "That scares me." Maggie looks over. Nikolai.
Yeah. I understand.
I know you understand. I understand. I don't want to understand, but I understand.
I
Well-
understand that there are good people. This
You
and
do-
no offense to you at all, Jir, or your home, but this is the literal definition of hell on earth.
Deer's like, none taken. I agree with you. It's a wonderful hell, but it is my hell.
Start trying to look around to see if there's like
But
a magical
this
border.
is like
Go through the
we're
goggles.
kind of in a rock and a hard place sort of situation. It's either I don't
You
know if someone's gonna say
instantly
something.
you put together the whole of it. This is like when you went to find out who Osling was being in her land. The sheer bleakness of the presence of her. But this is specific to orcs.
I think I know how we may be able to fix this problem. It's not something we can do easily, and we'll have to wait for another time.
Maggie's like, "You do realize my friend there, right? He runs an orphanage.
Mm-hmm.
All of his kids are adopted.
Mm-hmm.
A big heart."
Well, what if I told you we've dealt with this before already, in an entirely different way?
Then say words and share.
Somewhere within the desert of this area, there is some sort of temple, some sort of shrine, a dedication to this unnamed deity. You destroy that, the area becomes depowered, similar to what happened to the temple with your old mushroom friend that no longer has any control or domain within that area as well.
And exactly what you're suggesting is going to be in the heart of where the orcs have their homeland, because
Do a religion for me.
let's just have a war on our hands on Essencrest.
That is a
from,
natural 20.
The orcs
Yeah.
from the
The
burning
power is
temperament, because that's a great idea.
Well, listen to this, though.
Hold on. Let me give you
Not-
some
not-
information.
go ahead.
Yes. So you bring that idea up, and then it kind of sinks in a little bit in the worst way possible. Wherever this tribe traveled and spilt blood, that is the temple. That is the sacred ground.
And since their blood was spilled here, it is a temple to them for now.
And but that would also mean that everywhere they go would also be sacred ground. There's a solution to that, actually. There's a very simple and easy solution to that, actually. It's just gonna take a very, very, very fucking long time to deal with.
you hear the sound of pants being pulled down.
Ants being pulled down.
Yeah. Mongo, you're the first one to look over and you see your dad pissing all over the ground. He's like, fuck you, sacred ground.
And this literally, Scavs is gonna be like,
Desecrate the land.
desecrate the land or sanctify it.
God.
You do that,
And Maggie's over there writing his name in P.
it resolves the problem. And wherever we go, if we manage to find the tribes that carry these effigies with them, these specific shrines or whatever they may have, you destroy
We pissed
that.
on them.
No, if you destroy that, the deity will potentially lose power over them.
And Kier sits there and he's like, are you guys talking about orc gods?
Yeah.
Ah.
So
So
Let's go ahead. Sorry, Jeff.
So, do you guys know anything about the orc matron?
What? do
only
I
what,
know
what
about-
only what the guy at the
All I know
bar
is her
told
name
us.
shouldn't be spoken for any reason.
No, the matron, not the deity.
So, the little history that is currently preserved after they started burning books and scrolls because she's crazy.
Yeah, knowledge is power, and you can't give people power.
Her and her people came here to this place, and they claimed it as their new start. She had counsel. She was the voice of a different orc god. She went crazy. She killed council, and now she's drunk with power.
Yeah.
And now she kills in the name of other god, but the other god still has more power now because of the defiling of her current god. I don't know. Tyr doesn't deal with gods. Gods deal with Tyr.
So we probably would have a huge charge on our hands to try to sanctify or consecrate or even desecrate this land.
That is
Huge,
true.
huge challenge.
That is
I don't
very
think
true.
we have enough collective
However,
between us all.
the thing when it comes to deities is they need to have that specific charge, that way for them to have a connection.
She
A
owns
god is
everything.
nothing without a god is literally nothing to a non-believer. If you force that away from them, then they lose power. It takes time. It's not going to happen overnight.
Yeah,
but
that's
that
the
would
thing.
be the
Unless you set off
solution.
modify memories.
That would be the solution to the problem.
no, it's not a solution to the problem, because the problem is some poor innocent orc coming by this way, just being murdered because they happen to be an orc. That's the problem. And your consecration of this land, or even desecration of this land against this deity that shall not be named, cannot be done to prevent that problem.
That is true. That is also true.
So that is not a solution to the problem.
It is, but
No.
not a instant.
It's not a solution to the problem. It's a solution to a problem, but not the problem.
So,
Cannot
Any orc
abide.
who steps foot on this land, innocent or not, stops being innocent.
Not of their own fruition, though. They're being controlled. They're being manipulated. So that time that you turned into a demon, we should have just killed you?
You did.
I suppose you're right. But we did it with the purpose of saving you.
And how do you know the same thing's not going to happen to them?
Maggie's like, okay,
They get taken over,
Okay,
they get
I
killed,
has-
they go off to their
I
promised
has
land
a
that gives them the warm
radical
fuzzies.
ideas here. Cayenne,
Yes.
my dear, this involves you, and you're not going to like it.
Am I dying? Are you dying? Is someone dying?
He pulls his pants up and finishes up.
Damn, that's a long bit.
I've been drinking a lot of alcohol.
He was all full party, he only made a fucking show of it.
He wrote his name in cursive.
Yeah.
The long form of his name.
Yeah.
He looks over. Can you go away, Jeer? And Jeer's like, got it. And Jeer walks off back upstairs, and he's goes to check on a few things upstairs. And Maggie looks over. Okay, here's my idea. You're a goddess. You're powerful. March your ass in that temple and lay claim to the land and the souls that belong here. If anyone dies here, you get claim of them before other people do. Isn't that's Osling was saying something like that.
That's true.
You just leave your mark here and say you lay claim. And
No more piss.
That is
Well-
clever.
But it doesn't.
I will say, at least if I do that, at least any kind of war or anger would stay specifically toward me.
did you knows that Cayenne's mother actually drowned somebody that way?
You drown somebody where? I
She
didn't
sat
have
on
that.
their face and she pissed on them to death.
Oh, okay. No, all right.
What the fuck?
Okay, so that's a mitigation of the problem. We're still eliminating a person's life in this realm. Yeah, okay. They're going to a better place in the afterlife. I mean, that's sort of like, surprise, we had to kill you because, you know, your ancient, you know, racial deity corrupted you at this really important place, that so we just killed you. But here, at least you have, you know, beautiful fields of wheat to live in now. It's like for all eternity. It's like, I mean, they still don't agree, but I'm one voice, it seems.
Maggie's like, look, I don't agree either. But the sheer fact that I called in favors, and as soon as he showed up, he starts hearing fucking drums. Did you know that there is actually demolished temples of gods? Well, a god of war, right? That as soon as you enter his grounds, that everybody that enters those grounds starts fighting each other to the death in his visage. They have no choice.
I get that, but we're punishing a soul because of a god.
I don't mean to sound fucked up, Nikolai. And excuse my phrasing, Cayenne, I don't want to incite the wraths of a god.
Oh, trust me, you won't.
But gods fuck with us all the time and make these choices for us all the time, no matter what. And if we have to be rulers, we have to make these damned choices anyway.
Of course, you could always find ways to fuck with them back. This would actually be a pretty good way of going about it. And perhaps in some weird way.
Hey, do an insight for me.
All of us?
No, just
Hmm.
manga.
And perhaps in some weird way, this would actually be far more beneficial because now we are
7.
taking power away from this evil deity.
It
Yes,
takes you
It
a
has the
good
potential to
while.
cause a loss in life, but Cayenne, with her connections with other deities, may be able
But-
to correct this.
Looking over at Maggie's writing and piss instantly reminds you of something. Unfortunately. I just sent it to you.
Yeah, that ought to do something.
After all, reincarnation and resurrection are both one hell fucking spell.
Is it possible to store any of the murder victims' bodies for a duration and we can bring them back with us to a peaceful place and resurrect them?
My realm of smarts there.
What would I know about that actually? Because I know that's something that's been brought up before.
You don't know a lot about it.
Well, I mean, we're talking about all this holy foley shit, right?
The Afterlife Express.
We do know somebody who knows a lot more about it than we do,
Yeah.
Is that-
and might actually just have enough piss to cover the whole area.
And there is an incredibly high chance that
He's already convinced one to fuck off.
he's terrified another.
He got rid of his pen pal.
Imagine that, Cayenne. You're just sitting there chilling out, having on essentially a porch, just enjoying something, and Fought summons you to his presence.
Just summon you. Not praise and ask you to show up and decide you're there.
Probably be like this. I'd be
If it's fought,
Yeah,
yeah, we're
fought.
probably.
And you would probably just get the goblin. He'd be like, "Oh, I just wanted a hug," and hugs you.
Oh. So,
I'd be snacking and then I get hugged by a goblin and then hug him back and then poof, I'm gone again. And then
There are
probably an
worse
hour
things.
later, I'm back.
There's worse things that happen in your day, I suppose.
Yeah.
Hot would definitely have all the answers to our problems.
And if he doesn't, if he's hanging out here, one, he's got Maggie to keep him company, got creepy McShadow to keep him safe. And worst case scenario, if some orc, innocent or not, decides to stroll up and starts hearing the banging of drums,
And
Flock can just start talking and confuse the shit out of him, and probably wouldn't hear the drums anymore and would fuck off.
Maggie's
Well,
like, Maggie starts laughing a little bit. He's
I
like,
suppose if we can ask him to do this, this is a solution. And if Shadow Friend happens to murder a good orc, Thought would be able to address that.
So Thought would probably also
And-
be able to tell if they're good or bad
You know,
before they fucking even get it.
as crazy as it sounds,
yeah, you guys just see Maggie laughing a little bit as he takes a drink.
as crazy as it sounds, I believe it may have also solved another problem. Because
Do you inquire why Maggie's laughing? Go for it.
Which part was it that we said was funny?
Maggie's like, nope, it wasn't what you said. It reminds me of times when Jewel and I went off a mountain cliff fighting some enemies. And it was a massive fucking mountain. And I hit a rock and died. She used a wand of resurrection on me. Then she hit a rock and died, and I used a wand of resurrection.
As you were tumbling down the mountain.
We burned out the wands.
We are too much like our parents.
There is the possibility of solving another problem here as well. And that is, of
How
course,
many times have you
uh,
died?
uh,
Okay, that many. All right.
if Thought is able to do this, which I have no doubt that he would be able to,
It's more willing.
if he's willing to.
I mean, he sees himself as
Ironically, Cayenne can reach out to Fod easily.
What we can
he sees
do
himself as a servant, not a brother, which
is
kind of
that
disturbing.
he may be able to, and this could actually help us all out. He may be able to take the ones that have fallen and take them to the Temple of Knowledge, have them resurrected there, have them educated with like the world and all that shit to get them out of this terrible hellscape and get them some freedom from this place, but also help rebuild the
Cayenne.
temple.
You could cackle and chime in on this and be like, I've already claimed the souls and the bad ones are going to Osley.
Yeah, I think Cayenne's just looking at them and just grinning in silence.
You catch this grin over at you from Cayenne.
What?
You do know that the souls from the dead here have already been claimed, and the bad ones have been sent to Osling.
That is true. That is
Okay,
true.
so she's handling the re-education.
It's like,
So how do we get Thought over? Or how do we ask Thought if he wants to come over here and do this?
Cayenne, you would actually just be able to reach out to him since he is a cleric and he does worship you. You could just go, hey, Fod.
He does know how to travel.
Yeah, but we kind of need him here right away.
How do you think we got to the library? Hitchhike?
Hey, Cayenne's just
Ooh.
going to speak out, hey, Fought, how would you feel about a field trip?
Fod looks around. Cayenne?
Hi, Fought.
Where are you?
He looks around and he looks under his armpit like, message spell?
No, I just have a connection with you and I can speak to you now.
God is worried.
So
You have no reason to be worried, but I'm getting hold of you because I was wanting to know if you would like to come to where me, Mongo, Scav are in the
And Maggie.
Burning Temperament.
What?
this is like Scav being
Essentially,
the Book of Job right now.
we came
I
across
was just talking to him.
a pretty gruesome scene from how many centuries ago was it? Almost 1,000 years ago.
Probably easily.
I believe it. I believe that was the timestamp that was given to
okay.
me.
Well, Fod is here to serve, and okay. Hey, Cayenne, you do me a favor and reach out in front of you. Just reach out. General Fod height.
I'm
Holy shit.
reaching to Fought's height. I would have been squatting down too, so it's less awkward.
And you just see her talking to Fott with no response from Fott's side. You don't hear any of that. You just hear her talking. And you see her crouch down, and she puts her hand out, and she, like, almost feels the air like it's solid. And you see, like, a stretched out Fott as he's pulled out of the air. And booms back together, and Fott's like, Cayenne? I don't mean to scare you, but I think you're a god.
I know. I know. Oh, I know.
I have to ask you a question, Cayenne. Do they know?
Yes.
He gets
Osling
it.
knows too.
I was going to ask if your sister knows.
Considering she is one as well.
That explains the creepy feeling around her.
I thought Far already knew this.
Yeah,
Bot may have
knew.
forgotten.
He forgot.
Oh.
Okay. Ooh. Yeah. This place is, and he has like a old school like 1800s doctor's bag under his arm.
Cayenne has
That's
explained to him the situation and the history of why this happened.
Fott's like, all right, work to do.
Fought.
Gonna go over and hug Fought.
Yeah, definitely go over.
Of course.
Fought, buddy, you know, we're not telling you to do anything. We're asking if you want to.
Oh, no, you guys aren't telling me what to do. The god is telling me what to do.
No, she's asking as well.
Are you asking or
Yeah.
telling him, Fought? Or, okay.
I asked if he would like to go on a field trip.
Fott sits down very confused for a moment, thinking things over. You see him very, like, 404 right now.
If
But-
you would like to work and assist, you can.
Fott would always like to help gods. God is, Fott is a service to gods.
I get that, Fought, but remember when I told you you're my brother?
Yeah,
That is not figurative. I consider you as my brother.
but you're not a goblin,
Yeah.
you're a mouse.
Yes,
And Jir looks over like,
I've had many different forms, Jir. This is just my current one.
Fott knows the truth. Fott will play your game, and he gives you a very obvious wink.
Does he say wink?
Well, I understand. I agree with that thought, but Cayenne is my sister.
Cayenne is a god.
And she's my sister, though.
Cayenne is a god.
But she's my sister.
Cayenne is a god.
And sister.
She's a god and my sister.
But you're not a god.
This is true.
No, I am not a god.
Cayenne is a god.
Yes, I understand.
Nikolai, he's a
Because-
cleric. It's what he wants to do. I understand what you're trying to do,
But
but this is what he wants to do.
I just hope that he wants to do it simply because he wants to do it, not because Cayenne is a god.
If Fott wanted to,
Fott is in his profession because he actually wants to do his profession.
Okay.
Fott is a servant to many gods. If a god reaches out to Fott and asks for service, Fott will do best service they can do.
The good gods, right?
Huh?
Just the good gods, right?
Fott's innocent.
So just the good gods.
That's a yes.
Okay.
Why would Fott hurt anybody
I'm not meaning
good?
to imply that you would. I just wanted, because we have a sensitive situation here, Fott, and that's why we
Where does
asked
it
if
hurt?
you could help.
It hurts when he
I
lubricates.
was so confused. confused for a second. I'm like, what?
So has he been explained the death sentence for all orcs at this point?
Well, she explained it to him.
Okay. So we're hoping you can help us, possibly, should an orc that comes here that must die, that is not evil in their heart, can be resurrected if they don't want to stay in Cayenne's realm.
Okay,
Is that something you can and are willing to do?
but we'll do the best of Cayenne service.
Cayenne, this is
And you see him open up this container, and Clot's like, I came prepared. And you see him take out like what looks like a jar of pickles. You guys can do a perception.
It's probably something he's fed me already. Or slathered all over me.
I got a 13.
24.
12.
Perception 17.
And you see him walk over, and he undoes the lid, and over his other shoulder, he has a bunch of like what looks like twine, and he sets down the jar, and it's almost up to his waist with how big it is, because it's a big jar. And he reaches in and he pulls it out, and you guys instantly recognize it as orc toes, and he places the string on it, and he hands it up at the doorway. And he picks up the jar, goes further out, finds another spot. You can just look out the doorway and see him hang another toe.
Is this a ward against orcs spot?
You can go out and ask him.
No, I think I know what this is. I've heard about this. Usually these things only get hung up during certain times of year. They're magic mistletoes.
Oh my god.
Tom, remind me to slap you when we're done.
That
That
was
was
bad.
so incredibly terrible.
So this is a question for Fott and everyone else here. Though the idea of resurrecting the good ones, getting them out of this place, yes, 100% for it.
Fod is out just doing his thing, and off in the distance you hear Fod. Stick your big toe out, stick your big toe in, stick your big toe out, stick your big toe out, shake it all about. That's
Alright,
what
I
the
will
ritual's
ask-
all about.
I will ask the table here first and then approach Fott and see what he thinks.
Any-
Spawn used to be addicted to the hokey pokey. Quickly
Oh, for
turned
sure.
himself around.
Is anyone opposed to the idea of seeing if any of them would want to help rebuild that temple? I know it's within my charge, but I feel like everyone is responsible for it as well, because it's connected to everyone. We all found it together with Fott.
Okay.
That's a whole different can of worms.
Okay. Yeah, that's a whole non-subject.
I'm just bringing two birds, one stone. It's a question. Plus, it gives them a safe place to get out of this hellscape.
Hey, you could also just ask Fod what the hell's going on with the toes.
Yeah.
I like my
Well,
answer.
Yeah, I mean, in the off chance that what we have put in place does kill an innocent soul, and they don't want to stay for all eternity in Cayenne's green fields there, and they want to come back, and yeah, I'm sure Cayenne will give them the option to do whatever they want. I mean, you're not going to say, no, you have to be a librarian if they want to be a cobbler,
Right.
are you?
My idea is for anyone who comes to me and is of clean and good judgment based on how they've conducted themselves throughout their life and through their deeds to their fellow humanoid beings, I'll give them the choice not only to choose the kind of profession they want to be, but to choose who they truly want to be. They're not just restricted to the form they had previously.
But yeah, you can if any of you guys want to ask Pot what the hell he's up to.
Yeah,
That
I'm
is gonna
curious.
be a thing that you yes.
All right. Since there seems to be a large amount of curiosity about what the fuck Foth is doing,
Pickled orc toes.
Foth is like, yeah, okay. I know it seems weird, and where did Foth get a lot of orc toes, and what is going on? Foth did this. These are orc toes that have been sitting in elven holy water. Really pisses off orc gods.
Oh. So it is a ward against orcish evil.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. It's not going to attract orcish evil to try to stamp this out.
Nope.
They'll just stay the heck away.
Nope. Really pisses off orc gods.
All right, cool. Alrighty.
It's so gruesome. So,
I think Cayenne's gonna go off from the group and do something where that basically where all the corpses were found.
yeah.
If there is a actually I'll type it out while if the boys have any ideas of what they want to do right now.
Fixed pillar in the mural that I fucked up earlier.
I don't really know. There's not a whole lot I can do.
So, what we're going to go ahead and do, as you do that, Cayenne, go ahead and send it to me. Everybody, there's a campfire set underneath the cover, and off in the distance, you can hear Fott working as he works his way through the temple, setting up these toes. And every once in a while, you see one of the bodies just go as he uses some sort of instrument to set them ablaze. And camp is set for the night, and you guys can work on the various things that you want to work on. I know you're working on the thing, and you're making more progress on it. What are you doing? Oh yeah, you're working on the restoring the mural.
Yeah, get the pillar and mural restored, and once I can do that, then I'll explore, try to find the name of the other deities.
And Nikolai, you're working on what?
I'll finish up the cart for the I think as we discussed, there's only a the only thing I have left is the air conditioner. So, yep,
Yeah,
finish that up.
and as you explore ever so slightly before getting back to your work, you realize that there were several floors above this area, but there's only like one that remains now. But there's about 6 or 7 that go down further. Some of them have collapsed a bit into each other, but there is a lot to explore down below of this location. A lot of old world history to discover. A lot of knowledge to discover about wizardry.
I got a feeling that we're probably going to have to spend some time here before we move on.
You guys would be able to move on and then come back to it as you got basically the base camp is being set here for Fott and Maggie. And the Shadow that are basically the outpost leaders right now. Well, the Shadow isn't. The Shadow is just the happy, fun-go-lucky murder guard.
Happy, fun-go-lucky murder guard.
The murder doll.
I mean, she's an ancient vampire, so. And so you guys would be able to move on from here now that the resources are being put here to essentially reclaim it for history's sakes, restoration sakes.
Excellent.
And that's where we will call it for the night. And the air feels a lot calmer as Cayenne comes back to the group, and you realize that she's done as she said she would, and that's like claim to it, which is kind of taken attention out of the air, that you're in the presence of a ground of a good god, but you can also feel like occasionally there's like a spike of that orky stain still here.
Where there happens to be a body still lying, probably.
Those spikes probably give Cayenne a little bit of a twinge of a headache here and there.
Yep, you are now competing on the sacred ground with another god. Cayenne, before we close off the session, do me a religion check.
Please, dice, behave.
Oh, behave.
Thank you for listening and giving me a 19.
So as you sit down and you get next to the fire and start getting some food that's being passed around. Thankfully, it's not Fott's cooking, it's Deer's cooking. You look past the fire and you see a snake that wandered into the camp and is just slithering by. And it pauses for a moment and it opens its mouth and its lower jaw hinges in like 8V type of shape as dual tongues come out and lick the air and then slurp back into it, and it just kind of slithers off.
That was kind of crazy.
Just a random another life form here. But one idea does pop into your head to share with the group the next day. Sit on it for the night, not to increase the tension of the day. And it's actually something that you would know as a deity specific to you. If you can find out the other names of the gods of this temple, you can enlist them to help reinforce your power here.
And
Or you
return
know
this
the name
place
of
to the
one.
sanctuary it once was.
I can't hear Cayenne, so please share with me.
So, Nate. So, with that, we will call the night, and we will start with you, Tom. Favorite moments?
But fucking love that guy. Get Maggie in here. Nate running an experiment before I fucked up.
What were you going to do?
I was gonna go in the middle. Like, well, I have the ability to beat all of them, so if I stand there, maybe something different will happen. Like, okay, and Maggie said, it's like, yeah, you're not going to, okay, good. I don't have to do that.
Honestly, hope we have time to try my second experiment before we leave.
I don't even want to know. Yeah, getting to talk to the... Yeah, I was trying so hard to work in Gar in there somewhere. Different character I have, Transportation Wizard, for the folks playing the home game. Yeah, I was trying like hell to come up with some bullshit reason to bring him up. Yeah. whole another set of very old gods that now I gotta learn about all them too.
Yeah, what do you think of the location?
Maybe somewhere nice. A forest or some shit. I honestly,
Well-
when you started describing it, I thought it was going to be a different location from some other camping.
Well, the interesting thing about what was revealed is that the druids and the mages were actually terraforming the
Yeah.
trial into a habitable place.
Oh, nice.
It would be a desert jungle, not a post-apocalyptic wasteland jungle.
Yeah. But finding out that wizards and it fucking makes sense that they work together. Their magic's the same side of the coin.
Yeah.
So it's
It
just
is.
like why not have the two of them work together? But peek inside a Mongo's head, because all the time that he spent with Cayenne, any wizard that has beef with a druid's never really made a whole lot of sense. Unless like, oh, okay, well, maybe one of them's just an asshole. Anytime that he's ever heard of like, yeah, druids just don't work with wizards, like makes no sense. The task that you're doing just doesn't require one? Like what? Never gotten it. So yeah.
What about you, Cayenne?
The first bit was being able to learn mold earth,
I'm not hearing anything.
being able to uncover the temple, then being able to go inside with everybody.
All right.
Is it dead?
I don't know.
Probably.
We have
Or
a
just off.
pseudo dragon now, but it's
Oh, there
a
we go. It was just
coin
off.
pseudo dragon.
Oh, that's so awesome.
So that's gonna be a fun one to explain to Kippa and be like, what do we do with this?
Yeah, Kip
Like-
was in for a surprise.
Where
Well,
would
that's
be
a
the
phoenix
appropriate
egg and
place
now a
to
pseudo
put
dragon
this
egg we gotta
lovely
have.
creature once they hatch? Would a bank be appropriate because this little critter's gonna claim coins, so is it gonna claim everyone's savings in the bank?
This is actually based on the actual canon.
So basically, think of him as a Cayenne. Think of him as a watchdog for your coin. So you can leave him in the
Okay.
bank, and anybody that comes near it, it's going to be all over him like white on rice, attacking them. But
Okay.
your guys' coin basically becomes its hoard, and it will fight tooth and nail to death to protect it.
If we keep this guy with us, then our coin
Oh, they're
is protected by a
staying.
dragon.
And
Oh,
also
they're
when you
staying.
and also it's kind of like a ferret. When you actually come across an area with coin, you can they'll go out and fetch them
That's
for
right.
you.
It died again.
I need to charge them fully.
Yeah.
So
Trying to reconnect my other one.
Also, the conversation with Osling, being able to work with Mongo to open the door, working together, finding out about druids and wizards working together in perfect harmony to create a sanctuary together. And then basically giving the big middle finger to the orc deity by claiming this place as Cayenne's. Fuck you, bitch,
you
it's mine.
shall not pass here.
And then being able to get Fa and Maggie to be out there with us, and now the new shadow, which I think I'm just gonna call her Annette because that just seems appropriate.
A little bit, a little too appropriate.
Yeah. Although I am kind of wondering, Like, what spells were they forging? Was it just wizard, or was it druid as well?
That's a good question to figure out. What about you?
For sure, Fought. Fought was my highlight for the night. Anytime Fought's involved, it's always going to be a highlight.
Pot's sheer confusion of talking to Cayenne.
I think you're a god.
The fact he forgot.
What is with all my stuff not working today?
He's such an innocent little being.
Him is such an innocent little bean, and he does not know how powerful he is.
Or he just doesn't care how powerful he is.
He probably doesn't remember.
Or he's just too damn humble.
Yeah.
True.
Anything else, or is that it?
I think that's honestly like the highlight of the night for me. There's a lot of good moments, but that's the big one.
What about you, Nikolai?
Honestly, I thought it was really awesome. Your riddles was really awesome. The fact that in all reality, all four of us all put in a piece of figuring them out. I thought it was really cool. It's actually not something that we've actually done too much as a team, I guess.
Yeah, it was interesting seeing how you guys were working through the solutions, and the fact that it wasn't just like wizard is good. It was wizard and druid.
Yeah.
And we all contributed to figuring that out.
And the solutions, and
Yeah, I thought it was really cool.
yeah. Anything else?
It was pretty fun to work together to come up with a solution, so we don't just flat out just murder any orc. That was fun. The history lesson of the environment was really cool. And yeah, definitely bringing Thought in again, because like he's kind of like our mascot, it seems.
Bot is the mascot of Campaign 1.
But yeah, all in all, the fact that we all really work together as a team to solve the problems was good to see.
Oh my god, that would just crush everybody. Next campaign picks up, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's sometime after this one. And the opening scene is Cayenne ushering Fod off to the afterlife, and he just looks up and he's like, "Was I a good priest?"
Oh,
Oh.
really?
And that's when Cayenne says, "You still are. You are now undead. You're not allowed you're not allowed to not be moving and functioning as if you were alive."
That hurts me in the now.
You will always be here.
I would do that to you guys. I like Fod. He's just such an easy character to get into. Honestly, I could just turn a lot of my brain off and just play the character.
Alright, what was your favorite part?
Your absolute favorite part, DM?
Oh boy. My absolute favorite was the actual working through the puzzles. Like, I threw the easy one at you guys, and you're like, "Oh yeah, we got that one." And then the next one was like, "Oh, we actually got to think about this." And the fact that all of you guys came up with the solution and on how to solve the entire actual, like, how to get into this place. And it wasn't just a straightforward path in.
Nikolai tried that once they walked through the wall. I was like, all right, I guess it's open.
Really giving something for Mongo to chew on story-wise. It's interesting. The further revealing of how the trial has developed, the more lore to it, how it's ended up to the then and the now, and filling in bits and pieces of history. It's a fun one.
Yeah.
It's really interesting to see that development, and I know those of you guys that do the home game, it's really interesting to see how much things have changed between the two time periods.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure.
And a few familiar things came back up on that one.
Yeah.
Of course, the interaction between Fought and the group is always fun because Fought is just so damn innocent.
Yes.
And Jer being Jer. Jer's just like, I don't care.
Yeah.
Need to find out actually how much charades we have to continue with Jer. He lying to the guy.
I also really like showing off the it having such a dynamic group. Also, one that is just so fucking hungry all the time, so to speak.
Figuratively and literally sometimes.
Huh?
I said figuratively and literally sometimes.
Seeing revealing like the minor things, like the animal life, the culture of things, the how plants and stuff interact, and just building those details of the world to fill it out more. Like, you guys don't like the way the temperament is, the trial. You don't approve of the way that
They do things, yeah.
Hellborn rule things and go about things, but that's them to their devices.
Yeah.
And Cayenne wanting to pet every creature that she comes across, including the weird snake.
Yes. Because that's Cayenne.
She'll pet every animal, bug, flower.
Oh, you mean to tell me that its skin secretes hydrochloric acid and it spits venom that can melt my eyes? Is it friend shaped? If the answer is yes, I'ma touch it. That's Cayenne. That's Cayenne. And myself.
Oof. A creature that secretes a substance that gets into your system and basically liquefies your most watery organs.
That would be bad. Yeah, let's not do that.
So that's
God,
like one of the chemicals my old man works with that liquefies your bones.
Oh, that one, yes, that one is crazy.
Yeah, he works with that every day.
So that's it for me.
All right.
Let's say goodnight. We'll be back next week. We'll work more on the sound issues.
Yeah.
I may just have to gut everything and rebuild everything.
We'll see how it turns out.
Yeah.
There.
All right. Say goodnight.
Get to like, comment, subscribe, join our Discord, watch us, share us with the world.
Yep.
And good night.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Thank you.